So the microphone is on. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And spoiler alert, I'm here. So guess what? Alex, is there something erupting? Oh boy. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And let's see. Yeah, good to hear you, Dr. Fox. Okay, thanks there, King. And yeah, it's nice to be back today. Yesterday, of course, I was off with a pretty nasty headache from the heat. Today, I made sure I stayed out of the sun a little bit more and hid as much as possible in shady places, so all good. Anyway, glad to have everyone on board. And let's see, let's get at things here. First person in today was Lizoid. So Lizoid gets the cookies. There's the lava cookies for Lizoid. And hopefully that worked. Okay, why is this stalling? I've got my computer doing weird things. Maybe a cap dunk for the sunroof. No, you know, I hate having anything on my head. I really do. It just drives me crazy and makes me sweat. But it is what it is. Let's see, what was I going to do? Oh, I was going to turn off that banner. That's what I was going to do. Let's get rid of that. And there we go. So anyway, this video footage from the 8th of June at 5:11 a.m. And that's like about 25 hours, 24 hours and a little bit after the eruption. So I thought I'd throw that on there. And anyway, welcome everyone. So a few things that we got to take a look at. We got to check that real quick first though. Okay, why is that not working? Again, something is stalling here with the computer. Makes me wonder. All right. Anyway, hopefully everything is coming through there. Why is that stalled? No, it just looks that way from my side. Drink plenty of water when it's really hot. Yep, you bet, Sue. I try to get my liquids in, except for, we got to be careful with that too. You know, you get a little bit too much there. Sometimes that doesn't work. I do have fans cranked here. You might be able to hear them in the background. Hopefully that's not too loud. I did turn them down. So I've got a nice breeze blowing in here, keeping things a little bit on the cooler side. But hey, before we get going and say hi to everyone, I'll say hi to the moderators first. Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy, and of course Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as what I can only hear mine. Going full pelt. There you go. As well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators, for being on board. Always a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for putting your time in, doing your things. Too cool here to run fans. Wow. We can share a little bit. I'll send you a little bit of this warm stuff. I'll give you about 5 degrees Celsius. How about that? My phone is getting hot too. I'm switching to lurkers mode on my TV. Nancy, okay. Well, you got to do what you got to do, but you are welcome to do that. Sorry. I'm trying to talk and swallow, or cough and swallow. Well, I was trying to say something about Piggy saying, I only came here to fall asleep. Thanks, Piggy. Oh, yeah, send some more warm over in a box. Alex, I'm trying to get the lava workers to send you a whole bunch of warm areas, but it's not happening yet. We're working on it. We're working on it. When I say that, it's Alex is here because Iceland is shaking, and that's what's happening. That's why he's here. He fell out of bed, and it's going to happen. Oh, Alex, no frowning. That's not allowed here. Iceland is shaking. That was a little bit of the news that we've got. So we'll talk about magma intrusions and things like that. Fell into bed. Not sharing my heat yet. Okay. All right, Piggy. I'll wait till the fall. Actually, I might need some of that tomorrow, Piggy. If you can send a little bit over. By the time it gets here, it'll be tomorrow anyway. Apparently tomorrow is not going to be anywhere near as warm. And we're supposed to have fireworks tomorrow night. And I'm hoping to catch that. So I'm hoping it doesn't rain. Those guys said it might rain. I thought, no, this is not a good long weekend. How can you do that to me? Anyway, let's get out saying hello to everyone. Actually, hang on. I was going to say, let's take a look at earthquakes real quick, see if there's anything major shaking around the planet. I'm looking at the earthquake map. I don't see anything really large. About the biggest one is a 5.8 in Indonesia. So we're not seeing anything too crazy going on. 4.6 mid-Atlantic ridge. Let's see, 4.1 in Croatia. So yeah, there's a few quakes, but nothing super large out there. And that's kind of what we got going on. I didn't hear of any other volcanoes popping anywhere, so sending 10 degrees to Dr. Fox. Awesome, Piggy. It's going to be uber hot tomorrow. Well, I'll definitely take that 10 degrees because that'll work. I might share it with Alex just a little bit. I'll give him a couple of degrees, but we'll see. We had a baby one today. A baby one what? A ton of... I'm trying to see what's going on here. Baby one what? Anyway. The shaker. Yes, I remember that now, Piggy. And that is pretty awesome. It gets really hot here on a Monday, a whole 15 degrees C. Ooh, Alex, you'll be out suntanning. Anyway, let's get out to saying hello to everyone. And we'll start out by saying hi to Alex France, of course, from Iceland, as well as King Colin and Henry Nelson. And who else we got? Sue Hayes is here. Welcome, Sue. Brian Perfectability 999 also on board. Nancy Buchanan is in lurkers mode on her TV. Bonjour to Tanto. And Lizoid, of course, got the cookies. Welcome, Lizoid. We got Sue, we got Henry. Okay, going up. Rizwan, welcome. And Sandra Rockland, welcome. Let's see, who else we got? John Raper's back. Welcome, John. Still scrolling up. Alex, yeah, we got Alex already. Kevin Williams is here. And we got Sandra sliding up, looking for more wonderful names here real quick. And up the list we go. Boy, you guys are chatty. But that's what the chat is for. I hope I said Henry already. We got Nancy. Yep, still scrolling upward, looking for other wonderful names. And who do we have? Boy, we got all these. Frank McLeod went back to work. Hopefully he's all right. And congrats, Frank, on getting that free membership there. And we got Nancy still scrolling upward here looking for more different names somewhere. Dude is in the channel. Welcome, Dude. Kermit is in his domicile in his special pond, all locked up. Piggy won't let him out. Let's see, who else we got in here? I'm looking in here. I see Philomena is here. Welcome, Philomena. And Kimmy Lambert. Welcome, Kimmy. Good to have you on board. And let's see, still scrolling up. Ken Wilson. Did I get Ken Wilson? Yeah, no, I didn't earlier. So welcome, Ken. I got Kevin Williams, though, earlier. And still on the scroll up here looking for more other good people. And who have we got? Still scrolling. And I'm scrolled up as far as I can. I see Dan is also here. Welcome, Dan. And if I happen to have missed your name, it's not intentional. I'm trying to say hi to everyone. So if I didn't call you out and say hi, you can certainly speak up and say, hey, you missed me. And I will be happy to say hello to you. So what is new? What's interesting? We missed a day yesterday, so lots of things have been going on. And, you know, as far as what's happening in Iceland right now, I think that's kind of a cool scenario. With all the quakes that are happening at Katla. And of course, there was one this morning from, it was a magnitude 4.4, and it was right at Katla. Depth was 135 meters. I'm guessing that that would be ice movement at that depth. And hey, what? You missed a Thistle. Oh, Thistle, can you hear me? Thistle. Thistle, you take your mommy's slippers and put them in the pool. Put the slippers in the pool, Thistle. Okay? Good doggy. Put the slippers in the pool. Good, Thistle. All right, there we go. Thistle has been instructed. And I know. I gotta watch what I'm doing because you never know what could happen. A scenario like this could happen. And don't mess with the pig, okay? We know that. Hey, Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. Good to have you on board. Anyway, let's put that back on the lava for a second. Oh, that's all good. Let's see. Did I miss anyone else? Her ears lifted. I hope she heard the instructions, Piggy. I'm kidding. I don't think she understands that. I deserve that, I think. That's all good. Anyway, yeah, let's get rid of our canned lava. And let's get rid of Piggy's portrait. And, that's a secret volcano. You're not supposed to look at that. Anyway, I might have used that photo before. I think I actually did. I was looking at it this afternoon here just when I got home, and I thought, I think I actually used that one before. But we'll see what you guys do and see how good your memories are. And no, John, it's not Etna. Anyway, let's see what they're doing there in Hawaii. I gotta find that page. I had to do some, yeah, there we go. Some rebooting and things yesterday or day before, so everything is disorganized as usual, just the way we love it. Anyway, you're looking at the Hilama crater, of course. In the corner, you can still see that side vent, southwest vent, not doing a darn thing. We are still seeing this area over here glowing. Well, we see it glowing at night, or this one. Actually, it's both of them are. This one is, I think this is the brighter one out of the two, and this one is the one that's smokier. Maybe a little bit of glow from that area as well. But really nothing has changed. The whole area seems to be kind of just sitting back and relaxing. You know, we're hoping that something will happen there. And with Kilauea, you never know. It could be a day or 2 or 3, and all of a sudden we've got it going again. And yeah, Piggy, you were asking about your birds. I did have them loaded up here. So there were the 2 bird shots. Those are Piggy's birds, for those who missed it the other day. And I was looking for those shots. The yellow one on the left is... hang on, which one am I on? Okay, that's Billy on the left and Lily on the right. Lily is the blue one, right? Piggy, I hope I got that right. And hopefully that is all good. Sandra Rockland, have to go to the Lurkers Lounge. Hubby had his hip surgery and is very needy. Oh boy. Hopefully that'll pass soon there, Sandra. All good. Anyway, yeah, so those are Piggy's birds there. I just figured I'd throw those in real quick. Anyway, that is what we are seeing at Helemaumau crater there in Hawaii. And let's take a look at some of the still shots. This one, of course, is that one that we normally see looking down. Here's that warmer spot that I was talking about there. That is that higher vent. The other smokers out here somewhere, not doing too much. Then, of course, in the central area, we are still seeing a glow spot there as well. And, of course, a couple over in the southeast lava pond area, which is kind of unique. But looks pretty cool. I'm going to refresh that so you get a better idea of what this looks like right there. And we'll leave the mouse right there so you can see what it's pointing at. And there it is. So that is that one. There's the other smoker over there. So that is the hot spot. We'll see what happens in the future. And then, of course, the other one is over in here. Southeast lava pond, you know, still looks like it's got, well, it's settled a little bit. And, you know, this is what you expect normally, right? This one over here obviously drained out in the southwestern portion. And we'll see what happens in the future with that. Next shot, I do have to renew that one because it doesn't show a heck of a lot. There it is. That is the B1 camera, and of course it's far away from everything, so hard to tell what's going on. We are still seeing some steam come up on the side of the hills here. Obviously some steam right in the eastern side of the caldera, and the southwestern area is where most of the action was taking place. Judy M, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Next one is the thermal. There we go. We want to take a look. That was the previous thermal from 1:38 a.m. Today, and we see what it was doing there. Looks like a little bit hotter right in that spot. That's the lava pond. This is about where that vent is, that hot spot right there. So I'm wondering if we're going to see something from there. We do still see this trail or edge, if you want to call it that, of something that looks like perhaps a crack or break, and seeing some of that lighter material or temperature shining through, if you will. And that's about it for the thermal. Let's refresh that one, see what it looks like right now. Looks a little bit different, not that much though. Still seeing our southwest lava pond, the central vent over here behind Pig Island. This is Pig Island. And then of course we are seeing that glow spot right there. And the other smoker, I think, is out here, either here or here. One of the two. Hard to tell on here. And looking down at the bottom, it really hasn't changed much. I think that is a pressure crack of some sort. So we'll leave it as that. Anyway, that is the current shot and video. Why is it so lousy? Let's crank that up a little bit. Okay, so it does look okay. I mean, we do see the southwest vent. There's the glow spot in there, and yeah, I thought the other one was out here, but yep, it's that closer one. So that's where that smoke is coming from. Lots of smoke. Just don't understand why. Anyway, let's leave that be. We're going to go over to Iceland next and see what we've got going on there. And of course, Iceland is kind of the spot that everybody wants to kind of figure out what the heck have we got happening. And I would really like to know what Iceland is doing, so hopefully we'll be able to see that. I'm going to make this smaller and we'll go over here. There is the capital city of Reykjavik, and where'd my screen go? There it is. And not bad looking for 17 minutes after 11 p.m. or 23:17. It looks like it's daytime is what it looks like to me. Some neat looking clouds in the background here, if you haven't noticed those, but everything else looks pretty normal there, and I think Alex will attest to that, a very normal life. And let's take a look and see if we can see what it looked like. This was earlier, about 10 hours ago, or 1 p.m. roughly, or just a few minutes after. Looks like they had some rain out in the background here, but not too bad out in the front, so all good. We'll leave that one be. We're going to make that smaller and return it back to live. Hopefully it will work in that order, and we'll make the next one larger. The sunset, of course. We're going to start seeing a few more sunsets since the days are starting to get shorter again. And it'll be nice. They have some nice sunsets on this particular camera, and you can kind of see the sun just on the edge. Anyway, in this shot, you do see a Cape Lear off in the background, so quite a long distance away, but still visible. The regional airport right beside, well, right in Reykjavik, in the capital city. Anyway, let's back that up to about the 10-hour mark and see as a comparison what it looked like there. And yeah, the visibility was still all right off in the distance. And the plane, I see the plane right there. Is it landing? Let's see if it is landing. I'm going to back that up a few seconds. Did it come in for landing? Yep, it did. Oh, we get to watch the plane land. There it is. That's the first time I've seen a plane landing at this airport. Simple things amuse simple minds. That is awesome. The plane landed and nobody got hurt. That is really cool. Welcome, Alba Girl. Good to have you on board. Hope all goes well, Sophie. Oh, Henry, I'm knitting in the pause. What case of my renewing apartment? Oh, okay. Anyway, let's leave that one. I'm going to put that back on live, and we'll go to the next shot. I'm going to make this one smaller. There we go. And this, of course, is the Reykjanes Peninsula, and being what is it? 20 minutes after 11 p.m. Looking a little bit darker, but still pretty normal. We do see the main geyser pluming here doing its thing. Hard to see the city, or sorry, a town of Grindavik off in the distance, and we do see some steam coming from over there. That's the Blue Lagoon in the background there. Too hard to see Ragnar, but it is there. You can see just a little bit of a rise. And of course, this is one of the geothermal power plants that they've got there in Iceland. There's another one over there beside the Blue Lagoon. So a pretty awesome shot. Let's back that up about 10 hours as well and see what their day looked like, and just to get a little bit of an idea. And there we go. So that was during the day, and about the same visibility, really not that much different. Still, yeah, geysering of the wind direction didn't change much. We are still seeing the Blue Lagoon steam as well there from the other power plant. So pretty cool. Let's leave that. Going to put that one on live again. And we're going to go switch to the next one. This one, of course, is Katla. And everybody is curious about what Katla is doing today. And there it is right now. And I don't see it erupting. Darn it. I was hoping. Nah, let's go back about 10 hours and see if we had any kind of a visibility back then. And I don't think it was. It was a little bit in the cloud. Of course, lots of people around looking at things. If we move that forward a bit, I'm going to see where it clears. And that is about 4.5 hours ago. You can see it was starting to clear. Of course, Katla is the volcano that's buried underneath all that ice. That is behind the clouds there, unfortunately. Let's see, do we have a better shot here somewhere? You know, this is about the best we're going to get. Right there, you can see some of the ice. And yeah, unfortunately, clouds are not being friendly to us today. Darn it. Anyway, that is Katla, leaving that back on live. That is a present view, and hard to see, but that is there. It has not yet erupted. Let's see if we can check the other view here of Katla. And the other view, unfortunately, is no good. So we'll leave that be. We'll put it back on one of the other ones. Actually, we'll put it back on this one. Let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts and see what we got going on there. I'm going to refresh it. I did just a little while ago, but I want to get it up to date. And there we go. So when we're looking at the chart, first thing we notice, of course, is all these spikes in here. And yes, we've had a few quakes in the area, and we'll get to that. And I bet you this one here, we're going to see on every last sensor in Iceland. And that is that 4.4 that happened in the wee hours. Anyway, magmatic or purple frequency here, the purple line going down and trying to recover. So I was hoping it'd be going the opposite direction, but hey, it is what it is. Seismicity, our green one, is going downwards as well. And it looks like all three are kind of following suit here. The blue one being tectonic. And that's what we're seeing. So what I'm going to have to chalk this one up is as a tectonic movement because of the way that all three are together. And that doesn't do us much good, unfortunately, because I want to see it do other things. I want to see it go up. We want an eruption. Anyway, let's take a look at Askia next. And we'll take a look and see what we can find there. Where are we here? Askia. And look, there's that same big spike. And we are seeing a lot of quakes in that area as well. Again, our magmatic or purple color here headed downward and kind of leveling out. Our seismicity dipped, then popped back up and dipped back down and leveled off. 5-minute warning, Piggy. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. I'm writing that down, Piggy. And by the way, if I think I did say thanks for gifting that one membership, but I didn't. Well, I think I just typed it. I didn't say it. But thank you for doing that, and congratulations to Frank McLeod for receiving that membership. That is awesome. Anyway, we'll get that in. Thank you, Piggy. Appreciate that 5-minute warning. Found out what my big spider, it was the type of Hunts spider. Ooh, ooh, are they poisonous, Piggy? Just curious. Anyway, while she's looking that up, I'm going to just mention here, you see the seismicity, it did pop up and drop back down to a kind of a normal level. But again, looking at, in general, the way the pattern is here, almost looks very similar to tectonic movement as well. No, just a big and huge. Okay, well, that's not good. And so we did see some noise at Askia, but as I'm scrolling through here, going to the other ones, we do see that spike in just about every chart that we've got on here. And that is a pretty good indicator that it was a sizable shake. And let's see, there's Grimsey, and you even see it on the Grimsey chart. But look at what happened with the Grimsey. And dropped way down with a little bit of a wow in here, kind of a YW or V. So the fact that all three are doing about the same thing, definitely tectonic movement is what we're seeing. Grimsey, of course, is the island that is way up in the northern end of Iceland. And next one we're looking at is Grindavik, and of course that is to the southwest of Fagradalfjall, our FAF chart. We do see the spike in here as well, and it too had a pretty much the same drop as Fagradalfjall, but again we've got this noise during the daytime, and I'm really wondering if that is construction work rather than or maybe something happening close to the sensor, because we see that on a daily basis, right? So Alex, sorry, popped out, so missed a bit. Alex, I'm curious. I've got a question for you. Is there some construction going on around the Blue Lagoon area or the power plant, like the Grindavik sensor? Because you see that this pattern, you see right in here, it got fuzzy every day during the daytime. It seems to be going up. And I'm wondering if there is something going on, if there's some construction there. Me getting out of bed in the morning? What? You get out of bed? Body size 5 centimeter legs. Go forever. Uh-oh. Oh boy. No idea, sorry. I'm not being that way for a few months. Oh, okay. Well, I never. Anyway, let's get to the last chart before my break here, and we'll do that real quick. Let's see if we can get to it, and then after the break, of course, we're going to take a look at the earthquakes, and that'll be cool. Lots of construction all over the place these days, though. Doesn't surprise me. Okay, so very similar pattern to what we've seen at Fagradalfjall with our magmatic and seismic frequencies, and looks like a little bit more of a mess when it gets into the tectonic on this one, but not that far off. So again, I would chalk up our basic stuff for today as tectonic movement rather than magmatic movement, but you never know. There is hints of magmatic movement though, because of those swarms we were seeing. Anyway, it is break time. I'm going to put you back on the canned lava here. Let me get the right can working. There we go, and I got to get that little thing up there so I don't get questioned by people saying, when is this video from? Even though it's got the date up on the top. Uh-oh, Piggy polishing her snout. I'm going. All those good people here, if you haven't yet bopped that like button, please bop it now. Otherwise, Piggy will get you. And if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome as well. And watch out for Piggy. Don't mess with the pig, okay? I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling. Here comes some music. And there we go. The microphone is back on. I'm just getting things set back into place here. Next place we want to go, of course, is to take a look at the earthquakes that are happening in Iceland. And I hope my earthquake map is working. Let's park our canned lava here. Obviously, that looks pretty nice for right now. We're just going to pause it and we will check it out. Wonky Donkey is here. Welcome, Trev. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John and Tanto and Henry and Albagirl and Kevin Haynes and Linda Schoof is here. Welcome. Thank you for being on board. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? No. Anyway, we wanted to go over the earthquakes. Let's do that real quick. Okay, so obviously you see what's going on here. Okay, there's that 4.43, and that is from 135 meters down. Happened at 2:46 this morning at Katla. That's the biggest one on there. And there's a bunch of 3.7s, 3.9s, and etc. in the bottom of that. So lots and lots and lots of quakes there. We're going to go through some of those, but for the time being, let's start out over here at the Reykjanes Peninsula, and we'll take a look as we see a swarming of all kinds of different types. And of course, they are saying, hey, there's magma intrusions. Well, let's hope there is, and hopefully we will see some magma, something coming up. Anyway, let's start out with a down, well, hang on. Got my fingers full of things here. I have to get rid of my pen and things like that. Okay, so the capital city of Reykjavik, for those who are not familiar with that picture, is right there. There's the regional airport where we've seen our little airplane landing. And of course, that is all good there. Looking over here is the international airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jardvik, and down here, of course, Grindavik. And remember, we had that big swarm all over here. There's not a single quake there now. And of course, here is the Blue Lagoon and the other power plant. And then, of course, down on the end of the peninsula, there's the lighthouse, and about there is the location of the other camera that was viewing the geyser. That is actually, hang on, I should zoom back into it. The geyser that's coming out of right around here, I think it's right there. So, and that's a pretty good idea of where you can see it. And there is the pond and the geothermal steam power plant. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's start out with this one, 1.48, 7.3 clicks down, 1:08 a.m. for him. Next one is a 0.5, 5.8 kilometers down, 15:54. This one's from 14:46, a 0.4, 4.2 kilometers down. And then we don't see anything right at Grindavik. This is the next one over on the edge of our Fagradalfjall area. That is a 0.49, 4.8 kilometers down, 11:25 is the time on that. This, of course, outline here is our Fagradalfjall area. That actually does go all the way into the water. So that is where it is. Let's look right there is where Ragnar is, and that, of course, is the Siggy Fisher. And here in Geldingadalur, we have this guy, a 0.4, 9 kilometers down, 3:43 this morning. And that is not a very good magma intrusion, if you ask me. We need more. Anyway, over here is Kristavik, so let's take a look. We got a 0.16, and that is 4.7 kilometers down, 32 minutes after midnight. We'll start down with this batch here. 4:47, we had a 0.33, 5.4 kilometers down. And let's do these ones. A 0.27, 3.6 clicks down, 8:49 a.m. A 0.9, 5.3 clicks down, 13:58. 0.13, and that is 3.7 kilometers down, 8:45 a.m. Then we've got a 1.35, 4.3 kilometers down, 10:49 for him, 0.89, 3.8 kilometers down, 9:32 a.m. 0.19, 4 kilometers down, 8:49, and we had a 0.2 in there as well, 3.8 kilometers down, 9:33. Moving up and over towards the lake here, we do see this one right on the shore, 3.5 kilometers down, a 0.65 in magnitude, and that came in at 7:01. Then we've got these ones a little bit fresher, 14:31, a 0.1, 5.7 kilometers down. Next one is a 0.3, 5 kilometers down, 14:19. And there's another 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down, 14:23. And a bigger one, 1.76, 6.4 kilometers down, 14:18. And those are too deep. They really are, as far as my liking for a magma intrusion. Let's grab these in this area. This is a 0.09, 3.8 kilometers down, 1:38 a.m. This one is 1:37 a.m., 0.91, 5.2 kilometers down, 1.25, 5.4 kilometers down from 1:36. And next one is a 0.61, 4.9 kilometers down, 53 minutes after midnight. This one is a 1.08, 4.9 kilometers down, 1:35 this morning. 1:36 this morning, a 0.38, 4.2 kilometers down. And a 0.54, 5.6 kilometers down from 1:37 a.m. And then we'll move over, grab these other ones. 0.08, 1.8 kilometers down from 13:33. And that's a little shallower. That's interesting. This is a 0.82, 5.8 kilometers down from 12:37. And 1.12, 5.7 kilometers down from 12:32 is the time on that guy. So that covers all of those. Let's grab these guys, a 0.2, 5.2 kilometers down from 15:37, a 0.3, 5.6 kilometers down, 23:40. That's a brand new quake. And this one is a 0.27, 7.9 kilometers down from 7:42 this morning. Now, getting over and having a look at the Katla area, and we'll zoom in. We'll get rid of the stuff first on the outsides of the caldera here. So in the area of Eyjafjallajökull, the closest ones, we have a 1 in magnitude, 5.2 kilometers down, 4:54 a.m. Another one at 4:54. This one is at 6:26, now 4:54. 0.6, 1.1 kilometer down for him. 0, 5.2 clicks down, 8:32. 1.1 from 5.2 clicks down, 4:54 a.m. 0.2, 5.2 kilometers down, 2:27. And then we got a 0.1, 5.2 clicks down, 6:03 a.m. Another 0, 5.2 kilometers down, 6:37. Very small ones, a 0.1. This is a 4:32 this morning, 0.1 and 5.2 clicks down, and a 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down from 6:02. Covers those guys. Let's maybe we'll get everything else around the mess first. This is another 0.1, 5.2 clicks down, 11:04, a 0.5 and a 5.1 kilometers down from 13:03. Next one is a 1 in magnitude, 5.2 kilometers down, 4:53 a.m. A 0.4, 4.7 kilometers down at 9 minutes after 1600, or what is that? 1600 is 4 p.m. 8:38 in the morning. We had a 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down. A 0.8, 5.2 clicks down, 11:17. This one is a 1.5, 5.2 kilometers down, 18:02. A 1.3 from 6:10 a.m., 4.5 kilometers down. This one is a 4 from a 4:54 a.m. and that is a 0, 5.2 kilometers down. All right, let's take a look at the bigger ones now, and maybe I'll need to get these out of the way first too here. This is a 1, 5.2 clicks down, 1711. And there's a 0, 5.2 clicks down, 1324. Magnitude 1, 5.2 clicks down, 1650. A 0.1, 5.5 kilometers down, and that is at 1454. This is from 5:06 a.m. 0.2, 5.2 kilometers down, a 0.5 surface quake, 135 meters down, and that came in at 11:44. Now let's zoom in just a slight bit, and there's so many in here. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'm going to hit the big ones now. So 3 there is 135 meters down, 1509. Very likely ice movement. I'm not guaranteed that though, but very likely. 3.39 here, and that is 135 meters down as well, 608 this morning. This one 3.73, 858 meters down. Now this is questionable. Is that on the floor level, at the ground, right where the ice is meeting the ground, or is that in a little more depth into the ground itself? If so, then something is happening down there. 2:52 a.m. for that one. And if I zoom in a little bit more, we'll see some of these other ones. 3.3, 135 meters down. And that is from 1:18 a.m., 0.31, 1.1 kilometer down. And that's below the ice. So we've got something going on underneath there. 2:45 a.m. for that guy. We've got this point of 3.55, 135 meters down, 1:25 a.m. And this other one here is a 3.57, also 135 meters down, 2:45 this morning. And this one is 135 meters down, 3.34 from 2:48 this morning. So a pretty good indicator that a lot of this stuff is ice movement, but we are seeing lower quakes in here that greater depth below the ice. This one 2.33, 135 clicks down, 135 meters I mean, and that is 1:28 a.m. 1:44 a.m. 2.83, again surface quake, 135 meters. 2.38, 135 meters from 122. This one is 2.13, again 135 meters down from 127 this morning. This one 2.48, again surface quake, 142 this morning. And this 2.04, 135 meters down, and that is from 1827. And I'm going to stop there. These are pretty much looking like we've had some rumblings. The local press are being non-committal whether it is a geothermal or magmatic. And Alex, that is exactly what I'm kind of seeing here. Now, remember what I was saying with the other charts. We're seeing some tectonic movement, right? If that is the case, we got to remember where Katla is. And you take a look there, right there. That's kind of the corner where we are changing from one direction to another. And that happens to be out from that corner. So are we seeing stuff moving, or are we seeing just something happening deep underneath? And we may be seeing a little bit of both here, because we do have some quakes that are beyond the layers of ice. And 135 meters, you can be assured that's in your ice pack, and that is what's moving. And maybe the ice has melted enough in one area and started sliding a little bit. For sure, both is possible. Yeah, I think so, Alex. Not, I'm not trying to downplay it. I'd love to see Katla go, but I'm going to be a little bit on the optimistic side for right now and say, hey, I don't think we're going to see anything just yet. Give it another. If we see this happening again, and over the next course of the next couple of days, then we've got something happening. But right now, I think, looking at the other charts, I think this is tectonic in a movement. Let's take a look at some of these other ones. 0.6, 7.1 kilometer down from 1902. The other one hiding behind it is not that one. 1.6, and that is 3.1 kilometers down, 144 this morning. And that is, this one is Bardabunga, 0.34, 1.2 kilometers down from 1123. There we've got a 0.5, 19.2 kilometers down. Wow, that's deep. From 1222. Going over here to Askia, we do have 3 quakes. 0.55, 2.7 kilometers down from 756 this morning. 0.86, 3.9 clicks down, 554 this morning. And a 0.41, 3.5 kilometers down from 505. Moving up a little bit more, we do see 3 quakes around here, the right, and this one is a 0.34 and 4.9 kilometers down from 906. Then we've got a 1.41, 4.3 kilometers down, 948 for him, and at 1921 we had a 0.8. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. 5.3 kilometers down for that one. So interesting stuff. We do have this one over here, 1.4, 1.1 kilometer down from 1943. And then we see out here in the water, we see a 1 in magnitude, 13.6 kilometers down, 2239. Next one is from 827 this morning, 0.17, 5.6 clicks down. Then we've got 3 kind of stacked up here, a 1.1, 10 kilometers down from 28 minutes after midnight. This one also from the same time at a 0.94, 10 kilometers down. And a 0.8, also 10 kilometers down, 10:07 is the time on that. These ones getting a little closer to our wonderful island of Grimsey, and we've got 2 of them, 0.89, 10 kilometers down, and 8:20 was the time on it, and at 8:14 a 0.74, also a 10 kilometers down. Going here, 0.96, 10.7 kilometers down from 1:10 a.m. And the last one on the list is this one, 1.4, 5.4 kilometers down. 9:02 is the time on it. So yep, and then that is it for today. What night, sleepy heads. Alex, good night to you, and be good if you're leaving. Get some rest. I know it's late, right? For you, I'd like to get a nap too, but it's that time of the day. I got to do my show. Anyway, that is what we've got going on in Iceland, and I certainly would love to see an eruption there. But right now, from what we're seeing at Katla, I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not off just yet, and just saying bye to those that are. Oh, there's somebody else leaving. I missed whoever was. Oh, Alba Girl was going. Okay, good night, Alba Girl. You get some rest there. And, yeah, we should be all good. Got me bugging you for a little while more, sorry. Alex, you're always welcome here. It's okay. Just email me a hot dog from Iceland. I need one of them. Anyway, pretty awesome to see some shaking going on there, though. So that is pretty cool. Let's take a look real quick at the Azores. Pardon me, and we'll see if we've got something going on there as well. I got to get onto that map. It's moved. I got to refresh that one. So let's take a look and see. And oh my, oh, wow. Okay, well, we're not going through all the quakes. What happened there? I tried to get rid of that. Oh, there it is. I hit the commercial thing instead. All right, we got a few quakes. 23 quakes in the Azores. And let's take a look and see where this is happening. I tried to get rid of it, and there we go. I'm going to zoom that out a little bit more. I just want to see if they're all in that same pack. So let's do the ones that aren't normally there. We do see one here on São Jorge and São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese, from what is it, 15 hours ago, from 8:55 a.m. and that's a 1.5 surface quake for them on the island. So that is there. Let's grab these other two down here before we get into the other ones. 2.5, 100 meters down from 1640 for that quake. And this one is 2.5 surface quake from 4 a.m. That is GMT or Greenwich Mean Time, something like that. Let's zoom in here though. A majority of everything is sitting right here. There's where most of those quakes are. 12 hours ago, 3.7 kilometers down from 11:39. This one is 17 hours ago, 3.3, 6.6 kilometers down from 6:49 a.m. And the list goes on. 2.76 kilometers down. So we may have something moving underneath there. Maybe we've got a magma intrusion. Anything is possible. There's a couple more here. And let's see if we can get on those. 2.9, 6.1 kilometers down, 13:05. And we'll grab this one here. And we're not going to do them all. So 2.3, 5.3 kilometers down from 5:35 a.m. So we've got a little bit of a swarm there, and that is always interesting. And a hum Dr. Fox break. Okay, a real quick view. This is where the Canary Islands are, and that is of course the Azores in the middle here. Portugal, Spain, France, England, Wales, Scotland on the top, and Ireland, and then of course over here Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, where Sue is waving at us from the other side, and of course up here Iceland and Greenland. All right, it's a time for me to go take a break, and we'll put you back on that beautiful canned lava. I'll let you enjoy that, and don't go anywhere. Next thing coming up is bacon seeds, and thank you, Piggy, for that £2 super chat. I'm just writing that down as well, and appreciate that wonderful support. Okay, so yeah, we'll have bacon seeds after the break. Keep smiling, everyone. Don't go away. Lots more to come. And welcome, Kananaskis country. And did I say hi to you, Trev? I did. I did. Okay, I did for sure now. All right, I'll be back. Don't go away. Here's some music. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. The video footage on screen is from Helima crater there at Kilauea in Hawaii from the 8th of June at 5:38 a.m. Thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and Kevin and Sue and Tanto and Piggy saying, "Welcome back, Daddy." Funny, very funny, Piggy. And thanks, Canada's country. All awesome. Let's get at things, though. We're going to park our canned lava, as blue and beautiful as it is. We'll do that. And, of course, just remember, you guys, don't mess with the pig, apparently. She's mean today. All right, there you go. And I'm keeping Piggy's street cred to her name, so all good. Let's get over to bacon seeds, and I know we missed a day, so a shortage of bacon seeds for you guys. This one, of course, was the last one we had viewed, and that is compliments of Piggy, who was sending those out like that. And then, of course, we have the new ones. So here's somebody else that's sleeping. He's all cuddled in there, and he's got a dirty ear. I think he needs a hogwash, but I don't know. I think he might need a hogwash, unless that's kind of the way he is, but maybe it needs one. And let's get to the next one. We'll see this guy. He's looking at you for something. He's got his snout out there. I don't know what. Just asked the bear about messing with the pig. Yeah, that video that I found this morning, that was kind of funny. The pig called a barbecue, and that's all pretty cool. What's up, Doc? Yeah, that's what this guy's saying. Next one is this Sleeping Beauty. We may have seen him before, but I think that's still cute with his little booties on, all tired out and having a nap. That's so pretty awesome. And we'll continue on and see what our next bacon seed looks like. And that is this one, having a kind of a snooze and a cuddle on top of his blanket or whatever it is. Pretty awesome. And we'll continue on. Yep, shoes. Did you not? Oh, I think you got this. The seed in shoes buffer. The seed in shoes buffered. Oops. Let's see if I can turn that back on. This one. I hope it's not buffering. I hope you can see the little piggy in the shoes. There you go. Yeah, he's got shoes on his trotters. I don't know why. He must be going to go outside or something. A seed in a shoes buffer. Okay. Pig in boots. Okay, if that's what you want to call it. We've seen him. All right, let's go to the next one. That is this guy. And almost looks like, well, kind of in the flower patch. I wonder if he's eating those flowers. That looks kind of neat. And let's go to the next one and see what we got. Nope, the one next to the shoes buffering at the convention sites. Here's a smiley one. He's giving you a side profile. Definitely looking at a nice looking pig. I like that. And the next one is a sleeping baby pig. And look at the smile. He's enjoying himself. I love his t-shirt, and that looks pretty cool. And another little fella. And next one is, somebody got out into a pool. He's enjoying a nice sunny day, going for a swim, I think. And that is very awesome. And the next one coming up is this one. And somebody's holding his chin up because he's just a little wee one. He doesn't know how to stand there for pictures yet, but I'm sure he will. Learn all about it, and that is pretty cool. Okay, we've got one more bacon seed, and let's see what we've got. And that one is got a smile on his face, and he is looking at you, ready to bop you. And that looks pretty awesome too. That's our bacon seeds for today, you guys. I hope you enjoyed them, and thank you, Piggy, very kindly. Snowflake, a pillow. Yeah, well, hey, whatever works. I think the pig is happy. He looks like he's smiling. He doesn't mind it. And very nice looking little guy. Okay, so let's get over to our secret volcano. And as I mentioned, I think I've shown that photo before. Let's turn off the canned lava here for a minute. And we want to pause that. There we go. And I need to get the volcano showing. Okay, we need to get rid of that. We need to get rid of this and that. And there. Okay, so no, it's not Mayon, sorry. And it's not Mount Piggy. Sorry. No. And I really do think I showed this before, so hopefully somebody will remember and go, oh, it's, and then spill the beans. Okay, come on, where's the guesses? I'm waiting. I think I've stumped everybody already. Wow. Did my chat quit? Am I buffering? Memory I had a decade ago. I never seen this one before. No. Okay, and this is, it's not Ibu, it's not Fuego. Well, maybe, and then I had a very similar picture to it, but this one is definitely a nice volcano. First hint that will come to light is no, it's not Popocatépetl, and it was not Fuego. First hint, it is within the Ring of Fire. I tried to think, oh, it's pretty. Yeah, it is. I love it. That is a nice, nice shot. Sue just came up with the answer, and Sue says Reventador. And it is Reventador. Congratulations, Sue. Yeah, no, Reventador. Sue has got it, so Sue gets the cookies. And congratulations, Sue, for guessing that one. And I'm surprised that you... did you remember it, or did you just kind of think about it and realized, hey, I've seen this shot before, even though I thought I didn't? The specifics in this one was that lenticular cloud or formation around the top there that I think I pointed out in a different setting, maybe. I might have had it cropped a little bit more, or something like that. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's carry on with other things that we've got going on. So congratulations on guessing that. I'm going to turn the lava scene back on, turn this one off, and we'll get over to our next volcano. And I don't know how that one's going to fare. Let's see if I can find it. It's the gray screen, and that shouldn't be that hard to find. Yep, it's definitely gray. Let's get the higher quality of gray. And yep, that's a Popocatépetl. What a view. Anyway, let's go back about an hour, and you could still see it. And that's it right there. Unfortunately, within that cloud, if we go back a little bit further, we go back about 2 hours and 15 minutes ago, it's a slightly different scene. And you see Popocatépetl throwing out all kinds of cloud and ash. This other cloud in the forefront here is just Mother Nature, but this is from a well, that's all Mother Nature, but this is just a regular rain clouds moving along. This other stuff billowing out is Popo continuing to do what it loves to do. And if we go back a little bit more, this is 2 hours and 52 minutes ago. That's what we were seeing at 15:27. If we go back to try to find the start of this eruption, it's pretty difficult, but it was going for quite some time. 14:08 it was happening. We go back another hour or so, 13:26. You can see it's billowing out of there. And then, of course, the cloud work was pretty nasty again, but you can still see the disturbed cloud in here. And that is, of course, with Popo doing its thing. And I'm trying to find where we can see the start or end of it. And again, weather was not the greatest because there was a bunch of other cloud in there. This is at 8:04 a.m. You can see the billowing from the volcano. Looked a lot whiter this morning, so obviously we've got more ash in there this evening. And I'm just trying to get it in between cloud shots here. Let's see if that'll get a little better. No, 5 minutes the other way. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see what's going on, but you do see it continuing. So it's been puffing like that pretty much all day long. Here's as far back as we can go, and there you can see it. So pretty cool to see that. Is that snow? Oh boy, it almost looks like we had a little bit of snow there. I didn't see that in the other shots though, so that might have melted. Falling asleep, Piggy, no worries, you get some rest, hon, and take care of yourself, and hopefully everything will work out. Let us know when things happen. Anyway, tomorrow is Saturday, so you can sleep in. And here's our multi-screen of Popocatépetl. They're all gray. Isn't that neat? If we go back a little bit though on that one, let's see if we can get that to work. There it gives you a pretty good idea of what it was like on the other scenes as well. Looks like somebody has got two of the same shots now. I'm gonna have to see if we can fix that, or is that slightly different? That might be slightly different angle. You can see the plume going off in a different spot. So yep, that is our wonderful Popocatépetl. That's what it was doing today. I'm going to put this back to live, make it a smaller again. Same thing with the other one. And we will go over, we'll go over and have a look at Fuego, see if it is up and running. We can hide that chat. And go here. I don't think it was. I think they were facing the same kind of a cloud scenario because of all the rain and everything, and they just didn't bother streaming. So we'll find out in a second. Oh, they are live, and they did turn the camera back on, and yeah, there we go. You do see a plume here. Let's see how far back that came, and that would have been right around. This stream hasn't been on very long. There you go. 18:19 was the time on that. So that's what we're seeing there. That's Fuego in Guatemala. Of course, Popocatépetl is in Mexico. This is slightly further south, and that is what we were seeing. And of course, that just kind of drifted and did its thing. If we go back about an hour ago, it had another one of these. Let's see, right around here. Actually, looks like maybe it had two. I don't know if this is one as well. No, that was the cloud. It was just coming out of the cloud. So, only one eruption about an hour ago, 17:15, and prior to that, it was in the clouds. So, I'm not going to worry about that. As the cloud dissipated a little bit, we get to see it. So, pretty cool. We do have, I'm going to put this back on live, we do have a report on Fuego, and this is actually a pretty nice shot. It says Fuego, volcano, Guatemala, sustained eruptive activity, and not sure when that happened. Photo by Martin from Friday, June 30th. So obviously somewhere along the way there was some eruptive activity, and they were able to capture that wonderful shot. And you can see the sky above, and of course the plume heading up into the clouds. So glowing lava bombs and its ballistic trajectory during an eruption from Fuego was what the photo is entitled. And next it shows you where it is, and then of course this is something else. It's a lava fountain somewhere. It doesn't say, but a picture from Tom Pfeiffer. Let's leave those be. Quick read on what's going on. The explosive eruption from the volcano persists. Weak to moderate strombolian volcanion-sized explosions continue to take place from the summit vent at roughly regular intervals of 1 to 3 per hour. Eruptions released ash emissions to an elevation between 4,500 feet or 14,800, 4,500 meters or 14,800 feet. Ash plumes extended about 20 kilometers to the west-southwest of the volcano. Ashfall is continually reported in the communities of Panimache and Panimache-E, and these other ones here, Santa Sofia and Morelia. I hope that's right. Anyway, glowing lapilli and a lava bomb size scoria ejected to an approximate height of 2 to 300 meters above the summit vent. So that's roughly 400 to 900 feet in shot when it comes out of the top of that. So that's pretty darn good. Pretty good heights for our wonderful Fuego. So that is Fuego's report. Let's leave that be. Let's actually go to this one, Masaya in Nicaragua, just slightly further south from Fuego, and that was the photo from 6:11 a.m. I'm going to refresh that. You can see the caldera in that one. It's very steamy or smoky, and the little arc of lava down on the bottom here, but let's refresh it, see what the current shot looks like. And still quite smoky, but you do see the caldera slightly better, and the lava glow, because it is turned to nighttime there at 18:26 at their time. So pretty cool. Next shot, of course, is from Rincon de la Vieja, and unable to see it today again because of cloud factor. And that is what it is. Volcano watching has that nemesis. And next one is, of course, what we have down in Chile. And we're looking at Lascar. And Lascar is doing its thing. This is early evening for their time. You can see the clock ticking by on the bottom of that frame. Anyway, that is Lascar. There is a little bit of SO2 coming out and gases, but not a heck of a lot. It's not pluming out, nothing severe from what we can see. And next one is Laguna del Mole, and still quite a bit of snow up there. And we are starting to see more of the snow melt though around the lake area, so definitely warmer down there. That's what we've got, Laguna del Mole, and the next one, of course, I'm not going to bother with because that is Villarica, and that was hiding in the clouds. Actually, I'm going to refresh it. It might be out of the clouds, you never know, but we'll have a quick peek and see if we spot anything. And no, it didn't. This morning, though, it was visible for a little while. I should have left that one up there. Anyway, that is it for that scene and that report. Oh my God, is that what I'm seeing? Is that snow? Is that snow or rain? That looks like either they're really slow raindrops or we've got snow and rain mixed there at Popocatépetl. Would not be a surprise to see some activity like that there. Anyway, it is just about break time, you guys, so I'm going to put you back on the wonderful canned lava, and we'll leave it there while I go take a break. Need to save my throat, and I hope that fan, I had to turn up my fan a little bit, I hope that didn't bother you guys too much. It's just way too hot in here. 33 degrees in my office. Looks like a snow. I think it was. It looked like it. I'm still watching it, and it's either that or very slow snowflake or raindrops. I think that might be what we got. Anyway, for those good people that are here, Alex says a time for bed. Good night and thanks, or good night all, and thanks, Doc. Alex, you're welcome, and hey, keep smiling and pray to those lava gods. We want an eruption. Katla would be okay as long as it doesn't disrupt air traffic. Anyway, on those friendly notes, don't go away, you guys. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. Bop that like button if you haven't done that yet. And also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in. Here comes some music, and I'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And I see Trev went to bed. The wonky donkey needs to sleep, and Hermione and Fluffy are here because Fluffy woke Hermione up and said the show is on. You're missing it. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Hermione and Tanto, and good night there, Trev, and thanks. I got everyone for now. Anyway, all good. Hey, where is our Sharon Stewart? I haven't seen her. Where's Sharon? Is she out like shopping or doing something? She's not singing today, is she? Oh boy. Anyway, that's all good. Let's park our canned lava for right now, and we will continue on with our show. So the next one up for bids, of course, was Merapi. And will Merapi make us happy? I don't know. This is the current view, 7:42 a.m. there. Oh, she was putting away groceries. Oh, that's right. It's a Friday. I'm backing this up just a little bit. I want to see, maybe I have to do it with a click here. I think maybe there, no. Or did I go back too far? I think I went back too far. Oh, there it is. Okay. What we're looking at here, I'm just backing this up to about here. And you can see on the seismic chart down on the bottom here, we've seen some activity. And if you watch right there, you can see some of that material coming down. I'm going to make that screen a little bit bigger for you, and there you can see it, and you can see that phoenix cloud develop very quickly as the material is rolling down the hill. So pretty cool to see that, and that was just a few minutes ago. So pretty awesome to see that. Now before, though, unfortunately it was kind of hit and miss with the volcano being in cloud. There you can see what I'm referring to, and then and there's another spot where a fairly decent phoenix cloud along the edge where we likely would have had some lava moving down the hill at speed. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to keep up to the chat here as well. And of course, then prior to that, it was in the clouds again. It did pop out for a while, and I don't see too much there. There you can see a little bit of the lava going down the hill. This is at 4:06 a.m. Fairly light outside, and you'll see in a little bit, we'll go back a little bit more, you'll see how light it really was with the moon shining on this thing. And we have to get past the clouds, and I almost thought at first, hey, this is sunrise, but it's not. This is lit up by the moon. That's actually pretty awesome to see. So pretty good view. Nice stars in the background, but no lava. And then of course it was in and out of the clouds as they went by. And there's what I'm referring to. Just a little prior to that, it was out of the clouds again. So that's kind of what we were seeing at Merapi today. Not really a heck of a lot of lava coming down, so we'll leave that one be. I'm not going to worry about the rest of it. So Merapi really didn't make us happy. We'll make that back to live. We see most of it is pluming off to the other side. You can see some of that phoenix cloud residual dust down here on the bottom that we had seen just a few minutes ago. So hey, there's Sharon Stewart. I see you, Sharon Stewart. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we'll as you can see on the other camera views, not a good view today. Let's make that one smaller. We'll go to the next one. This one, of course, is there. It's Ruapehu in New Zealand, and I think we've got the same difficulties as what we've got at many of the other volcanoes, and that is a visibility problem. These things called clouds I don't like them, although they are necessary. But you see how they are just sitting there. It's raining there. It's horrible. What's that Mother Nature think she's doing? Making rain, making things grow. Huh? Anyway, that is what we've got there at Ruapehu. So we are not going to see that one either today. And we'll make that small. Go to the next shot. I did refresh this, so let's get right into the chart here. And this is for Taupo, slightly to the north of Ruapehu. And we are seeing a little bit of an uptick in activity. Not that right down to the ground and background noise. So something going on there. I don't know if that's right local there or something in the distance, but let's take a look at the other chart. This one a little bit further to the north, and it too is at a higher level, so our ground noise, if you will, is up a little bit higher. Interesting concept between those two. We see a little bit sharper images here. Makes you wonder. I see you, DrFox2000. I see you too, Sharon. All right, let's leave that one be. We'll make that smaller, and we'll go over to this wonderful one and see if we can make that slightly larger. And actually give you a shot of the whole thing. There we go. So the caldera for Taupo was the entire lake, of course, and no, we cannot see in the background. Typically you'd be able to see Ruapehu on a clear day, but we are certainly not able to do that. Looks like it may be raining in the background there, and not a surprise. But this is kind of the spot. Actually, I think there's a raindrop here on the screen, unless that's a bug or something crawling on it. But you never know. We'll leave it as that. It looks like they are going to get some rain there, so not going to worry about that. And that, of course, this shot courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And nice place to stay from what I heard. If you want to stay somewhere, and that could be a possibility. Let's put that back to a normal viewing, and we will get on to our next one. And let's see if that one is working. I want to see, oh yeah, or maybe no. Yeah, no, maybe. And that is Semaru. Let's have a look at Semaru. Okay, they're not looking at the volcano. I can definitely see they got some gray in the background here. And looks like the river flow is what they're looking at. Why is that camera not moving? This one is stuck. The other ones are moving, which is okay. But this one seems to be stuck on that still shot. I think they were maybe expecting some lahars. Okay, now they stole the screen. If we go back a little bit though, we can see it moving. And yep, definitely doing its thing, but not helping us any. When we go back, just to see what it looked like. And yeah, looks like they had a bunch of rainstorms. As you can see, no visibility. And it doesn't matter where I go, it's done in all the way. So let's leave that one be. Let's look at our next volcano, and that is Mayon, and we'll see how well Mayon is doing. Let's see if we can improve that slightly, and we'll back that up a little bit. So Mayon, of course, sitting underneath a bunch of clouds today. If we go back, this is 49 minutes ago. That's what we see there on that stream. And if we go back a little bit more, it may have been erupting. You can see kind of a grayish material in here, and of course the plume going upward, so that's likely what's happening. And if we go back here, you can see a fairly nice plume upward, and I'm not sure how high up that is, but that is quite a ways. So definitely some new action there from our wonderful lava TV cabs giving us this feed, and that is pretty awesome. Lots of stuff coming out of that volcano. Even if we go back a little bit more, this is all daytime shots, so early morning stuff for him. And going back a little bit more, so that's 2 hours and 21 minutes ago. That's what we were seeing there. Gonna put that back on live and actually make that one smaller. We do have a report on Mayon, and this was at a different point in time. Not sure what time they took that photo, but Mayon volcano, Luzon Island, Philippines, a larger pyroclastic flows tonight. And this is, of course, how they described it there. Pyroclastic flows from the summit lava dome at Mayon tonight, which is, we've got to remember, they're on the other side of the international date line. If we, let's go back to that one. We'll do it this way. I think it shows up just a little bit bigger, and you can see the plume going up quite high up top here, and of course racing down the hill, and that seemed to be coming down this one. Now we've got to remember there's two paths that it normally takes, one off to the left hand side here and the other one straight down, and obviously it used the straight down path today. It says here that the effusive eruption of the volcano continues at heightened levels. The active glowing lava dome and the inner summit crater continues to shed hot glowing rock falls by partial gravitational collapses of the dome. Such a large currents, four in particular, occurred at the volcano this evening between 1809 and 2000 hours local time, by reaching an approximate distance of 3 to 4 kilometers from the summit. Gray dense ash plumes separated from the block lava. So that's kind of what they're referring to as a phoenix cloud in here. So that's what they've got. Anyway, same thing. Yeah, so-called phoenix clouds. Yep. And basically nothing really too crazy going on there. It just tells you that the Maisai is about 2.3 kilometers in distance, and the other Bonga ravine is about 1.3 kilometers. So it's exceeding the distance. Sulfur dioxide emissions, or SO2, 595 tons for May 28th. So that's old news there, but that's what we've got, and that is not bad. Thank you, Sue, for providing that wonderful shot. Next one I was going to check out, well, let's do Karangatang. We got a report on Karangatang, and there is the shot from magma, and that came in. They took that 1 minute after midnight on the 30th their time. A beautiful eruption happening there at Karangatang, and that is awesome. Let's see, did they have other things? No, this is somebody else's pictures. It says a new extrusive phase of the volcano started within the past hours, at the best a few days ago. Okay, another batch of viscous magma started to rise into the southern summit crater 1 lava dome, and okay, what's it say, which has been oozing out of it, resulting in glowing block or dome block avalanches. Block and ash flow have traveled over the southwestern slopes today, most of which reach the base of the dome area. So pretty cool, and looks like the ash plume's going up to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters. So, and that is kind of a nice shot. I do like that. I don't know if, yeah, it looks a little better when you do it that way. So, There we go. That's what we got. Oh my God, so much to record. Oh no. What do you want to record? Kim, it never ends. It never ends. There is lots everywhere. Anyway, let's leave that one be. We'll turn that off, and we did that report. I want to go over to Taal and just to double check and see if they are up and running. Nope, nothing from Taal today. 5 days ago was the last time we seen any action. So from his side anyway, we'll take a look and see if we can find other sources in the future. And of course, Madame Rutza is always one that we want to keep an eye on. I don't believe she is on either. Let's just check. Just want to see. Madame Rutza. There we go. And let's see. Is she live? No, she is. Let's go to her channel and go to lives. Nope, she's not live. She was last showing 3 months ago. She did have some shorts in there though, so we'll leave that be. Anyway, that is our present condition there. Oh, I'm not present. I was going to say Semaru, but there. The one camera is off. All right. Let's leave Semaru alone. It's just about break time. I just want to see if we can have a quick peek at perhaps looking at. Oh, you're doing those. Okay. All good. Yeah, we're not going to see anything from our wonderful Stromboli tonight. I wanted to have a quick peek at Mount Etna, see if we can see that before the break. You just watched a weird dark cloud formations at Katla. Uh-oh. Let's go to Katla for a second. Just want to see if there's something going on there. Katla. How about there? Okay. Are you referring to these, Sue? Or this? You're still at Katla? The still shot at Katla. I don't know about this one. This is the other shot, of course. And we're not seeing anything really weird there either. So, I don't know. I think it might just be shadows looking at what we're seeing there. Is that 1080p? That'll be better. On the other Katla. This is the first one, and then of course the other one is this one. So. That is awful low cloud is what it is, and that has lifted. Remember when we showed this earlier, this was very dark. In the middle, you're referring to somewhere around here. I don't believe, I think that's just shadowing, because you're getting a silhouette, right? Because the sun is on the other side, pointing this way. It's better on this one. Yeah, because the sun is over there, so it's setting. So we're seeing some of the material setting. This does look a little suspicious though when you're looking at it. We'll keep an eye. Maybe we'll check back in a few minutes and see, because if this and this aren't dissipating, if we see more of a plume or something, okay, can you see the plume? This is what you're referring to here, Sue? That and this. Is that what you're saying? I think you're a little bit delayed there. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to keep an eye on that. This back here, of course, is ground level. That's one of the mountains. But in here, we'll take a look at it in a few minutes and see if something else is happening there. But I'll leave that be for right now. And I'll put you back over here to our canned lava. I am going to go take a break. It is that time. And hang in there, guys, and we will have more volcano stuff after the break. And so we'll maybe try to take a quick peek at Chivalrous and those places and go from there. So don't go away, lots more things to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. That'd be really awesome. I see we only have 18 people here. Wow, they've dropped like flies. We had 34 people here earlier, so it's almost like half. Friday night, everybody's too tired or doing stuff. Anyway, don't go away. More stuff coming, and here's some music. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And tomorrow is July 1st, Canada Day. That is when the Canadians celebrate their Independence Day kind of thing. So all a cool holiday weekend here. California, USA, through Tuesday, the 4th of July. Awesome, long weekend. I can hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and thank you, Sue. Oh, I got hiccups. Thank you, Sue and Kananaskis Country, for the welcome backs. Awesome. And let's continue on with the show. Of course, also welcome to Metal Omi 54. Glad to have you on board. Being here for a little after Being here since a little after 7. Awesome. So I didn't see you there earlier. You must have just been lurking there, Omi. That's all good too. If you were. No problem. Okay, so let's park our canned lava, and we'll stop that. Lurker. Okay, lurkers are good. We don't mind that. Some days I wish I could just lurk, but unfortunately somebody's got to run the show. Anyway, let's go over to our next volcano on our list. And that is Chivalrous. Chivalrous is doing its thing. We're going to load those still shots up and have a look. And this is actually pretty decent because we can see the egg. It's growing. The egg is growing there. And of course you can see the caldera, the old caldera walls around the edges there, and we do see the egg is actually growing, which is really cool to see. I know it's a little hard to see that, but it's interesting. And of course this thing will get to a certain size and it will pop. It does have your name on it. Oh, it's got my name on it. Oh, the Lurkers Lounge. Okay. They moved the fireworks back to in town so much louder than last year. I think the fireworks have been cancelled due to all of the fires here in Nova Scotia. Oh, that's no good, Sue. We've got it wet enough here that I don't think we need to worry about it. We had all that rain, and I think it's all systems go. We're supposed to get some rain tomorrow during the day too, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, lava dome is starting to build up, and nice to see that at Chivalrous. Of course, we look at the longer range shots here, and you do still you see a bunch of off-gassing here right at the crater. But we do still see that plume in the background here, and that of course is another event that has been going for a while. So we'll see what goes on. And this of course the long distance shot, and again it's hard to discern anything from that view because it's so far away, but at least it gives us a pretty good idea with this one. I'm liking what we're seeing. And this is, I understand it's not the greatest of visibility, but at least it's something. That's better than no shot at all. Anyway, let's leave that there. What do you all eat at the parties for Canada? A barbecue like us? Yeah, we have barbecues. And, barbecues, burgers, hot dogs. Some people do turkeys up. What? JB? What did you say? I said Chivalrous has an egg. Chivalrous. Oh boy, I don't know what you said. Sugarless. No, chivalrous. Yeah, it does have an egg in there, right in here. It's an egg. I'll have to go find that other image. We had a kind of a neat satellite image that you could really see the egg from, and it is pretty cool. You can kind of see it right there if you're looking. It does look like an egg, you know. So that's what we got. Anyway, let's a quick peek at the other ones. No visibility at Pavlov. The Great Sitkans hiding in the clouds as well. Air traffic report. No segments are currently affected, so nobody has any problems there. Let's leave that be, and let us go over to Japan. I gotta try to find Japan here. Give me a second. Where is Japan? Uh-oh. Japan not looking good today. That might be very quick. The ice cream boat is in Japan, but it is raining. There's your ice cream boat, and you can see the antenna right there. And it is docked, and it is raining. You have to go down here, down there, and to the lights, and go down to get your ice cream. But I don't know. It's no fun when you got ice cream. Oh, you're gonna go take the sub? Yep, and that might work. You're still gonna get wet though. But that is what we've got going on there. Looking at the volcano, you cannot see it right now. And that, of course, is Sakurajima. Let's see if we can spot it here a little bit. In between clouds, right about there, we can kind of see the base of it. Unfortunately, the cloud is hanging around the top, so we're not going to see the top of the volcano today. This is, yeah, not really any better. And then further on, it was back to this. So, not a very good visibility. Let's leave that be, and we'll put that smaller. We know that we're not going to see anything in the close-up, so we're not going to bother. And it's been raining lots there at, wow, lots of rain. This one is ASO, and we do see it off-gassing. You can see some of that steam coming out of the little caldera there. But I'm looking at the lake here. That is expanded, and it's definitely pouring out water from the looks of it. They must have been getting a lot of rain in the last little while. And, you know, you see that filled up. You can well imagine what's inside that caldera over here for ASO, and definitely would have added a bunch of water to that system and allowed it to steam off a little bit more. I'm just trying to see if we can go back a little bit before it was too cloudy. I want to see if we can discern the, yeah, there you can see that caldera steaming. That's what I wanted to see, how much it was steaming. So that's pretty good shot, but prior to that we had poor visibility, so nothing to see. Anyway, that's what it is there right now at ASO, so we'll leave that one be and make that smaller again. Next one is Osama, and I believe that is a no-go as far as visibility as well. I scanned back very quickly and couldn't see a darn thing. This might be the best moonlit shot there that we can see. The cloud was hugging the top of the mountain, and oh, we might be able to see a little bit better right there. Hard to tell though what's coming out of the volcano since that cloud is moving right over top of it, but it seems to be accelerated right in here, so we may be seeing some pluming. Going back just a little bit more here. Yeah, it does look like it's coming out of the volcano, so we are seeing some of it, and unfortunately with the amount of cloud we've got, very, very hard to tell. That is 12 minutes, or sorry, 9 minutes after 12 midnight there in Japan. 10 minutes now. So that is what we've got. Unfortunately, not very good visibility. Now, one of the things is that rain will definitely keep a lot of that SO2 out of the air, and that'll help. This shot, of course, not going to be any good whatsoever, and we can't go back on this stream, so no sense in looking at it. Let's leave that there. I wanted to see if we can go over to our other one, and this is over to Sicily and Mount Etna. Let's back that out a little bit here. I wanted to see, I see no light in here. I think that might have been a star above the volcano. Oh, I don't see it. There was something up top here that was lit up. Maybe we'll see it if we go back a little bit more. There's a star there. This is just a light. Don't see it. So, okay, let's not worry about it, and we'll get back into twilight there at 9:06 p.m. We do see the off-gassing. Let's go back a little bit more, about an hour more, and nope, no visibility. If we go back a little bit more, there we can see the top of the volcano. Looks like it's fairly windy there, and the clouds are going in two different directions. The stuff in the forefront moving to the right-hand side, and the pluming moving to the left-hand side, on at least over where we're seeing here. And of course, just a poor visibility in general, so you can't make anything out when you see it like that. Let's leave that one be, and of course the other one we can't see, so no Stromboli either. And just looking at our time, I think we can get over to the earthquake map. Oh, hang on, I wanted to do the volcano report. Let's do that. Actually, I'm going to put you on the canned lava for while I do the volcano report. And let's see if I can locate it here. And what? Okay, there we go. All right, we got the volcano report. All right, just trying to read through it. So yeah, late Thursday we only had one volcano on the list, and that was Mayon and Luzon Island in the Philippines, and it erupted to 12,000 feet or 3,700 meters, reported at 22. No Stromboli sandwiches. No, sorry, JB. Anyway, 2200 was the time on that huge eruption, and I'm sure even today's eruptions would have been to a similar height. We do have for today, for Friday, we've got 8 volcanoes on here, so let's go through those. Continuous, Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 15 minutes after midnight, and then weak emissions of steam and light volcanic ash reported at 12:15, and sporadic volcanic ash to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 19:15 today. Sangay in Ecuador, new volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 1:30 a.m. Popocatépetl, central Mexico, new volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 2:15 a.m. And then possible volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters at 13:45. Pardon me. And Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 4 a.m. And then 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 12:15. Fuego, and we've seen that separate report already. New volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 18:15. And then we had Mayon and Luzon Island in the Philippines, and here's what we had. Eruption of volcanic ash, cloud unknown height, reported at 5 a.m. and the same thing again at 14:15. And we did go through that separate report there from 1858, and that's what we've got going on. So that is it, and let's go to the next volcano. Karangetang and Api Siau Island in North Indonesia. Continuous volcanic ash to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at 7:30 this morning. We've seen that separate report from 8:52 a.m. And Ubanas in Peru, weak emissions of volcanic ash to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 13:45. And that is the end of our wonderful volcano report. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. As always, that is awesome, and we appreciate it. And I know it's a lot of hard work to get all that done. All right, let's see. That's a nice looking lava. I like that. That's kind of neat looking. Okay, now we can get over to the earthquakes, I think. Let's park our canned lava for a second. And we'll just stop it right there. And we'll get over there and see some earthquakes. Earthquake map, where'd you go? There you are. All right, so first areas, well, looking around, we don't see a heck of a lot of wild activity, but let's take a look and see nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Looking at the islands here, we're not seeing a heck of a lot. 3.4 there, and it doesn't even say it's the Alaskan Peninsula area. Very small, 35 clicks down. These guys are small, 3.1s. I'm not going to worry about them. That one's yesterday's. The Aleutian Islands relatively quiet from what we see. Don't see too much. We got this one heading down the Panhandle, 3.0. What is it? Covenant Life area of Alaska. Covenant, something like that. Anyway, going down the west coast of the North American side there, don't see too much. We get through Central America, don't see anything there. And then Colombia has a 4.7, that was yesterday's at 1952, 10 kilometers down. We're not seeing anything in Chile going down any further there. Also not seeing anything in the South Sandwich Islands. Let's leave that be, and we'll zoom back out for a second. Don't see anything in the Pacific or the Antarctic ridges and that kind of thing. We did see this one here. That was for a couple days ago, 2.7 in New Zealand. And looking at this area, I'm surprised it is quiet. We are not seeing any more on that little swarm. Nothing over here in the Coral Islands. No, not, is it Kermadec Islands? I mean, Kermadec Ridge. That is that area. Fiji, nothing new. Papua New Guinea, that's actually, it looks like just about right on the line between Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. 4.2, and that is at 6:30 is when that happened. 78.3 kilometers down for that guy. Then we move over a little bit more. Banda Sea area, 4.7 yesterday. 2000 was the time on it. 176.1 clicks down. This one here is Timor-Leste area, 4.6 from 4:17 a.m., 554.6 kilometers down. This one off the coast of central Java, really, 5.8, and that happened at 6:57 a.m. our time. 85.7 kilometers down. That's a fair size quake. Hopefully that didn't do any damage for those guys. Let's go take a look at this one here. Luwak area, and that is 4.9 from 4:37 a.m. 10 kilometers down for that one. This one here is a 4.6, and that is from 4:29 a.m. and 107.7 kilometers down. Before we, well, let's grab this one off the coast of Taiwan, or close to Ryukyu Island, but actually that's further over here, so I'm surprised they're putting that down. Well, they call it the Ryukyu, Ryukyu Islands, that whole area in there, but 4.6 from 11:57, 31.3 kilometers down for him. I wanted to grab these two. This is in Myanmar, 4.5, 10:46 is the time on that, 10 kilometers down. The other one here is actually right at the tip of India, the eastern side, and that is a 4.4 from yesterday at 23:44, 10 kilometers down. We did have one off the coast of Japan, or is that right in Japan? No, right off the coast. And that is 4.3 from yesterday at 23:23, 56 kilometers down, and 19 kilometers southeast of Takahagi, if I said that right. Hopefully, and that is correct. And I don't see anything in the southern portions. Let's look at this one. Tajikistan, a 4.1, 4:50 a.m. and 86.4 kilometers down for it. We don't see anything else happening right in this area, although on the other map, Piggy had indicated that there were some fours that did show up in her area. She didn't feel much though. So let's take a look at this one. This is the 4.1. Croatia came in yesterday at 21:54, 10 kilometers down for that guy. It is break time, so not much earthquakes. Could be the meaning. A big one is on the way. Well, depends on where you're looking. Here's one more quake, and that is in the mid-Atlantic ridge. Remember the stuff, there's your Azores, and we were seeing that swarm that was up here. This is a 4.6, and that's from 12:46, 10 kilometers down for that. Okay, time for me to take a break. What we'll do is after the break, we'll come back and investigate a couple of these other quakes here, like this one, 3.8 in Puerto Rico, and see what is happening. 3.4 in Hawaii. That's pretty big. And we'll take a look at Hawaii when we come back, and maybe we'll peek at the other map, the EMSC map instead, and see what else we can spot. For right now, I'll put you back on the canned lava, and there we go. And Kathy, aloha to you. And I'm gonna go take that break. And don't go away, you guys. If you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, sitting out in the Lurkers Lounge, by all means, give it a quick bop if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And that was expected. A 4.5. Aloha. People around here do aerial time, but it is being quiet so far. Wow. Okay. I'll be back. Hit the like button. Don't go away. There we go. Got the microphone back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and JB and Cananaska's country. And yeah, beautiful bubbling lava there at Helma Umu crater, of course, from June 8th. Let's pause that and keep that can intact for after, and we'll get back over to the earthquakes. And I wanted to take a look at the other map. I hear you now, Dr. Fox 2000. She's changing her tune. Thank you, Sharon. Anyway, yeah, looking at Hawaii, let's have a peek and see what we got going on. Okay, that bigger quake is not where it's supposed to be. Well, let's see what we got going on here. All right, well, let's grab this one on the northeast side of Mauna Kea, and that is a 3.4 from 1823. Take off 3 hours, 1523 Hawaii time, 18.8 kilometers below sea level for that quake. Unusual spot, but hey, I guess they happen. While we're up on top of our mountains, let's take a look at Mauna Loa. We had a 1.9 from 1702 our time, and 4.5 kilometers down. Again, take off 3 hours, so that'd be 2:02 in the afternoon for that one. And let's zoom in a little bit more here for the Pahala area. I don't want to leave this guy out. We'll get him first. It's a 1.8 out in the water from 8:29 a.m. 38.7 kilometers down. That's quite deep. Let's go back to Pahala. We don't have anything else out in the water other than this one. And that's a 2.2 from 1659. That is deeper than usual as well. 40.7 kilometers down. Typically we see them anywhere from 26 to 37 kilometers, so slightly deeper than normal. And this is a 1.6. And this one too is slightly deeper than normal. Came in at 1645 and 39.8 kilometers down. And this one is normal depth, 2302 yesterday, 1.8 in magnitude. Next one is a 2.1 from 1:09 a.m. or 22:09 yesterday Hawaii time, 31.2 clicks down for him. And then we only have one more over here, and that's a 1.4 from a 9:21 our time today, 30.9 kilometers down. So that is what's happening in Hawaii, and that's a weird location for a quake. But hey, they can happen there. We know that the lava is sitting all underneath there, so hopefully we'll see something pop again in the future. Anyway, that is Hawaii, so we'll leave that be. I wanted to go over real quick and have a look at the Azores. I just zoomed in here. I wanted to see what was going on. So on the 28th, we missed that one. It's 2.7 in magnitude, 12 kilometers down. 1538 was the time on that one. And kind of a, I guess, well, I shouldn't say odd place, but we haven't seen that many quakes on this side of the ridge. Although, you know, we've seen some up top during the eruptions and stuff, but typically we don't see that many over here. We've seen a few in this region though. So the other ones that are in there, well, they're both from the 29th. One is out in the water, 15 kilometers down. It's a 1.7 from 1730. And the other one is up on top of the ridge, and it's a 1.1, 3 kilometers down. It happened at 2:58 yesterday. So that is La Palma. Not much else happening there. I was trying to see if there was bigger ones out here. This is the East Azores ridge, or fault, I should say, and that goes through there. One of them is 2.9, happened 2 days ago. It's 1 kilometer down for that one. The other one is at 2.6, and they happen about 4 minutes apart. So you know, they're not in the same location, and definitely one may have caused the other one. And this one might have been a pre-shock to this guy. So for every action, there's always a reaction, right? So that's what we got. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's get over to our, I wanted to go in here. I wanted to see what was happening in this area. Hang on. And of course there's Puerto Rico. We see very few quakes here, only 3. But some of these ones, they look pretty juicy. 3.8 from 1901, 91 kilometers down for that one. The other one is a 4.0. From 1919, 74 kilometers down for that one. And there's another bigger one there, another 4.0 from, 15 minutes after 12 noon, 56 clicks down. Another 3.8, 1700, 39 clicks down. Another 3.8 from 1334, 90 clicks down. And we missed this guy in the middle here, another 3.9 from 1203, 45 kilometers down. I think we got them now. Yep, got them all. So we also have this one, 3.5 over here from yesterday at 2107, 23 kilometers down for that guy. There's a few more around, 3.6 there, and that is a 1007, 36 clicks down. This other one here, just right off the beaches, and that is 3.3 from 1504, 77.8 kilometers down. Not going to worry about the little ones there. But that is it for that area. We don't see anything else in the weird places. Our remnants are still up in the top here. They will likely disappear in a day or two. Now, as far as my EMSC map, I'm going to see it says URL not found. I have no idea why that is. And do you guys, somebody else want to try and just see if you are able to get to it? Because it's kind of odd. That's the URL that I used, and we'll see if that works for you guys. Let me know. Anyway, let's get over to our SO2 map and see what we got going on there. I'm going to get that refreshed and get on the right screen right there. So there is our SO2 map, and of course we can see the rain for tomorrow. We're going to get some rain showers, and yeah, not looking so good. Even at Monday, the holiday, we're going to get rain showers and thunderstorms. So, not good, not good. I don't like it. We want a nice sunny weekend. That is what I want. Yeah, it says not found. Okay, thanks, Sharon. And yeah, that is not working. So, I don't know what's going on with it. If you click on that, yeah, it still says not found for me. Unfortunately, it is lost in space, cyberspace. All right, zooming in a little bit on the Kamchatka Peninsula, we do see we've got Chivalrous up in the top, and its whole row, Karimsky down on the bottom. What do we got? We got is it Benzimiani, as well as Klyashevskoy, and more. There are many there. Web shenanigans. The aliens are in control of it. JB, you might be correct. I don't know. Anyway, we know that there's a very little SO2 for most of the areas here, because we see that pluming back in towards Asia, and of course that is a circulation sitting there helping us out. Ibico even is getting kind of stretched out with its plume, and probably hidden in the rain. And this is kind of a neat looking scenario here. Anyone tell where the eye of the storm is? Huh? The eye of the storm is over top of that island. They got nice weather and no SO2. Anyway, looking at Canada, not bad. I brought it up, but a list typing. Oh, okay. Anyway, looking at the northern portions, Alaska and the Yukon, Northwest Territories, none of it. Not that bad, with the exception of the border regions where we are seeing some smoke from the fires and some fires in action in those places. BC, some fires in there, some fires here in Alberta, and looks like somewhere up in the north around Uranium City, in that area, probably a little bit of bad air. That's all I'm going to say. Other places, not that bad. Looks like Ontario is kind of calm as far as SO2. Likely a bunch of rain keeping it down and helping out with the forest fires up in the northern portions. And then down in the handle here, we're seeing higher levels, of course. And I don't know if some of that was from up north and just residual, or just people pollution in general. Looks not so bad though for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland. We get up into Labrador, we see some stuff from the forest fires in Quebec. Hopefully this system here will move to the northeast and help put out those fires. That's what I would like to see. But you know, Mother Nature is mean. Looking at the western states, not bad for the most part. Even down here in Texas, starting to clear up a little bit more because Popocatépetl's SO2 isn't quite making it up that high. And then looks like the east coast area, a fair amount of SO2. But again, you know, people pollution and that kind of thing, and we may even have some residual stuff from Mexico that kind of drifted up there because you see some of those, the way those plumes were going originally. And now looking here, we do see this is a storm that's happening out there. What was the name of it? It was members only. He ended up bringing all the other agencies around the world to do his report. Oh, okay. It's a European agency. Yep. Anyway, this is what Mexico's doing. So Popocatépetl still off-gassing fairly heavily, but with that storm out there, that's starting to clean the air out. So that is definitely helping. Central America, not getting much out there. We do see Fuego there in Guatemala, and then of course we see our stuff in Costa Rica. That'll be what volcano is that? Messiah, and there's probably another one off gassing there as well. Nevado del Ruiz doing its thing, getting most of its stuff up into Panama. And then looking down here, yep, this is Sabancaya. Sabancaya, and I don't know if Ubanas is responsible for any of this, but Sabancaya definitely is throwing out a bunch of SO2. And the other Chilean guys are pretty calm today. We do still see some residual SO2 from those fires that they would have had, and this may be from the fire as well. This one though is from the volcano. So because you take a look at the way the wind current is happening, unless it cut off a little bit of the stuff from Sabancaya. And going over, we do see some SO2 all the way over to Rio de Janeiro. Not so bad. It looks like Buenos Aires fairly heavy though. And looks like Michael Volcano has got a little bit of a plume happening. A little bit more gas from Michael Volcano. That's all good. Let's take a look and see what we got here. Not so much coming from New Zealand's wonderful volcano, and that is a White Isle volcano right there in that picture. And we don't see too much happening there, so all good. And we'll leave that guy be. Looks like not so much from the refineries there in Melbourne. Is that what I'm seeing? No. Oh no, where is this? You guys? Are you kidding me? This is Australia. That's Australia. Ha! Wow. That's all I got to say. Yeah. They've got snowmobiles there. I'm a little shocked at this shot. Wow. Snow. Cool. Alright, let's leave that be. And yeah, that is, where is that? That's, oh, here's another shot. Oh my god. Oh my god, they've got snow everywhere. Let's just make that big for a minute. It's winter time. Look at the snow. Isn't it winter in Australia? Yes, JB. They don't get snow like this. This is crazy. Is that around Leo? No, that's to the northeast of Leo's place. This is near Canberra. However, will those poor kangaroos handle that? That is incredible. That is this region here. In here. And my God, that is just incredible, the amount of snow they've got there. And they've got a ski lift, so this must happen often. You don't build a ski lift unless you get repeated snow. Yep, so that is pretty cool. Anyway, getting back to our SO2, we see the coking plants continuing to do their thing. And of course, out here at Tofua, still doing its thing. Yasur and Vanuatu, as well as Agawa and Neoba, still working away. Papua New Guinea, pretty normal. Luotolak still doing its thing. We are seeing a fair amount of SO2 from Semeru in East Java. Not so much coming from our wonderful Merapi. It's calmed down a whole bunch, but when we get over here to Jakarta, Jakarta produces quite a bit of SO2, but so does this wonderful thing here, and that is Anik Krakatoa, son of Anik Krakatau, son of Krakatoa. So there you go. That is for those guys, and then moving up, we got Currency and Marapi doing this area, and Cinnabung responsible for a lot of that. So let's keep going. And the Boo and the Kono working away and doing their thing. And then over here we see heavier plumes and likely Mayon responsible for it. Bulasan not so busy. And then of course we move on here, that's Manila there, but the victim here, or the bad guy here, could be a Taal volcano. We don't know how much is coming out today, but between the city and Taal, they do produce a fair amount of SO2. Still seeing some off-gassing out in the Japanese volcano islands out here, as well as looks like China is not that bad. They must be getting some rain or something there. Same thing with Taiwan. We are still seeing a slight plume coming off of our Semeru there. No, not Semeru. Suwanoshijima, my bad. And then, of course, not anywhere near as heavy from what we see from Sakurajima, and that is that plume there. Going up a little bit, we do see ASO is here, and most of what it's throwing out has gone to the east, and we do see an increase there, but not as bad as it could be. And of course Tokyo creates quite a bit, but we are seeing a little bit of a plume here, and Asamasan is likely responsible for a good portion of that. And let's leave that be. We'll zoom in a little bit over here. Still some bad SO2 in eastern India, close to Bangladesh, that area. Still the smelting plants in South Africa melting that gold. And DR Congo still has its wonderful 2 volcanoes going. And moving up here and trying to spot, you're not going to spot it. It's being overrun with all the bad gas from Saudi Arabia and those areas, but Urta Ale would be in here somewhere. Too difficult to be able to tell. These other red spots, of course, oil refineries, and that is in Baghdad and Kuwait, as well as multiple places in Saudi Arabia, as well as Iran over here. So Extra stuff happening here along Beirut. I don't know what's going on there, but heavier SO2 plumes. And we see the stuff coming from Mount Etna is being thinned out. It's not as heavy again, but it's been working its way into going all the way into Egypt, really. So that is coming from Mount Etna, as well as Stromboli and Volcano. Volcano really not that much, because if you look at that, you can see a very light area around it. It's almost like the border is there. So Stromboli and Etna are the main causes. Leaving the rest to be, looks not bad. Most of Europe, a little heavier in Germany, and pretty clean looking there in Iceland. It is a time to get to my break, so I'm going to do that. After the break, we will have a look at our weather around the world, and of course I'm curious about seeing where those hurricanes and stuff are, so that'll be interesting off of hang on, I guess Mexican coastline, the Baja area. Anyway, for those good people who are here, pardon me, please hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. After the break, we will have weather, whether we like it or not, and some precipitation, and we'll go through that fairly quickly. And we will do a hunt for the coldest temperature. We'll check for the hottest temperature while we're doing that as well. So don't go away. Here's some music. Hit the like button. I'll be back. And there we go, the microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And I was just looking at the stream, at the screen, the stuff near the top there. I was watching those just bubbling out and doing its thing, and kind of getting mesmerized by watching the cooled lava, the crusted over lava, literally floating away. So pretty wild, pretty awesome. Thank you for the welcome backs from JB and Sue. I'm not sure how many people we got left in here, but we're going to park this wonderful canned lava for right now, and we'll leave that. There's a little bit left in the can. That's all good. And let's get back over to our, well, we didn't want that. Let's go put some weather on and see if our weather map is working. And right away it pulls it in. There's Adrian. Adrian! Adrian! Okay, and that is the one where we seen the eye of the storm there on the SO2 map. And that was kind of neat to be able to see that. You can see it there. If I zoom in a little bit, there's the eye of Adrian. And as we see it there, so right twirling in there somewhere, pretty awesome. And yeah, it moved. It was over that island. It moved over a little bit. Anyway, let's take a look at our weather around the world. And real quick, looking at Alaska, we are seeing up to 22 degrees so far over there, and 23 up on the very north here in one little area. That's not bad for Alaska. This is crazy. Up here in the Mackenzie River Valley, we are seeing up to 30 degrees Celsius. That is incredible. And this along here, there's a lot of permafrost. Well, that permafrost is not going to do well with 31, 32 degrees. That is pretty crazy for up there. Obviously, that is, well, most of that is in the Northwest Territories. Fairly warm northern Yukon as well. Pretty wild, some different weather going on. We see a low circulating here in Northwest Territories, drawing more of that warm air upward across Greater Slave Lake, and places like Yellowknife probably sitting at 23 degrees Celsius. Perma-defrost, yeah, that's about what it is. Anyway, looking at British Columbia, northern end, not so bad. Central areas here, pretty warmish. Vancouver coming in at about 21, 22 degrees. Over in the rock where Bob lives, he's got about 24, 25. That's why he's probably not here. Seeing some of the temperatures getting into Osoyoos region. There's Osoyoos sitting at 33. I see a 34, 35 right there, just on the highway area. That, of course, being a very high producing area for fruit, and that we love seeing those temperatures. Wine, right down on this end here, they've got a lot of grapes growing, and awesome wineries in this area. So nice to see those temperatures. Penticton coming in about 30, Kelowna sitting at 32 as well. And let's move over. We see those things. Lethbridge coming in at about, wow, 28. Medicine Hat sitting at 30. Calgary is sitting at 26. Edmonton at 26 as well. That's not so bad. Let's see what Swift Current has got. They're about 22 degrees. It looks like they've got some air disturbance there. And moving over a little bit more, we see Winnipeg sitting at about 25, and 25, 26 in that bottom area. So Judy M will likely be enjoying that. And we see some up to 30 degrees here right along the coast of Hudson's Bay in Manitoba. That's pretty warmish up there too. Most of Ontario not bad looking. Toronto coming in at about 20 degrees right now, and about 21 in London. Detroit sitting at 24. Chicago sitting at about 25. Milwaukee is about 25 as well. Very nice warm temperatures for this late in the evening for them. 22 in Montreal, and we got about 19 or so, 20, depending on where you're pointing there in Quebec. Very nice temperatures as well in New Brunswick, up to 21 degrees, 17 about the lowest. Looking at Halifax, they're a little bit cooler, but that is still not bad. 15, 16 degrees there, same as Cole Harbour, 16 degrees. And it looks like Sydney is sitting at about 15, 16 as well. Over here in Newfoundland, we are seeing up to 18 degrees still in some places. Even, there's a 20 in there. That is pretty cool. 21 in a couple of spots. Not bad. St. John's only 14 though. Let's leave that be. Let's go over to the western side of the U.S. Portland coming in at 25. I want to see what the temperatures are here. Up to 37 degrees in the, I guess, Yakima is sitting at 33. Kennewick is 36. Walla Walla coming in at 33. That's pretty good for that area. Lots of hot air, and moving down we see Portland 25, Eugene is about 29, Medford sitting at about 30, did I say 29? I meant 30, yeah, 29. Medford is sitting at 35, wow. Reading coming in at 40 degrees Celsius, and this is where it starts to get a little on the hot side. If you like hot weather, and our wonderful Paradise Valley, that is Geoplanet Jane lives there. 35 degrees for them right now. Sliding down a little bit, San Francisco about 18. We see on the other side up to 32 degrees, and that is pretty wild. And then we see all kinds of spots here that are just crazy. 38, 39 degrees in many places. Bakersfield sitting at 38, just outside 39. And let's take a look at the Death Valley. Wow, I see up to 46 so far. I haven't seen a 47, but that is pretty crazy. Oh, there's a 47 so far. 47 for the highest temperature, and that is sitting in Death Valley. And 42, 43 over there, 41s, yeah, 47 in Death Valley. That's crazy. You die in there, you'll die, don't go. 38 in Las Vegas. Looks like LA has got about 18 to 20 depending on where you are. 41 in Mexicali, and let's see, anything better there? Yeah, actually, not that much higher in those other areas. Phoenix coming in at 39. Good thing it's not 40 there. Everybody would melt. 35 in Tucson, they got a little bit better. And Albuquerque sitting at 29. Corpus Christi coming in at 29, San Antonio 31, Houston 31, Austin 31, and Dallas sitting at 31. Here we see a nasty ridge line. That is likely some storms. Oklahoma City is at 28, and Little Rock, Arkansas sitting at about 32 degrees. And zooming back in, New Orleans is sitting at 31. And let's see, got about 22, 23 there in Atlanta. Miami 27, Orlando sitting at 26, Jacksonville coming in at 27. Charlotte, North Carolina is at 27 as well. Grandma B's house, 27 degrees. Wow, it should cool off for the night, not stay that hot. We are seeing about 22 at Virginia Beach. Baltimore is 21. Philadelphia is 21. New York 22, and Boston sitting at 20. So some heavy temperatures in there in the United States, specifically Death Valley at 47 degrees Celsius. Incredible. Looks like Mexico City from about, looks like a 1920, somewhere thereabouts. Let's leave it as that. We see 29 in Acapulco, 27 over in Cancun. Sliding down, we are seeing up to 32 degrees in Colombia in the lower elevations. Same thing, I think, right around here. Well, maybe not quite to 32, but Venezuela's pretty close, up to 30 degrees. The rainforest areas anywhere from 23 to about 26 degrees there in Colombia. Guayaquil coming in at about 27 right now. Quito, Ecuador, only 12 because of their elevation. And we're seeing about 19, 20 degrees in Lima, Peru. The rest of Peru looks pretty normal, nothing crazy going on there. The Amazon River Valley looks like about 24 to 28 degrees. Pretty normal. Oh, there's a 29 in there as well for a little chunk. And Rio de Janeiro sitting at about 19, 20 degrees, a little on the cool side. 12 in Sao Paulo, a lot on the cool side. And we can kind of see the cutoff here from Buenos Aires on up. And it looks like not bad for the top northeast corner of Argentina, really, but the rest is not so good. Once you get up into Paraguay, it's a little bit warmer again. Paysandú only sitting at about 11 degrees, sliding all the way down, and we see our negative temperatures in many, many places there in Argentina and in Chile. San Diego only about 12 degrees right now as well. Looking at the cold temps there in, in New Zealand, we are seeing wintertime conditions, and they are -2, there's a -5 in there, I seen. So, yeah, somewhere in here. And there's a 4, -4. I thought I seen them. There's a -5. Yeah, not good. Those are higher elevations, granted, but still not good. We see about 10 degrees in Christchurch, Wellington 11 degrees. Hastings are coming in at about 12, a little bit warmer up there, I think. And Taupo is only about 9 degrees. And looking at what we've got in the Bay of Plenty, it looks like about 13 to 15 degrees. It depends where we point. We've got 14 in Auckland, the peninsula, in some places up to 15 degrees. Not that you're going to be able to tell the difference. Moving over to Tasmania, 10 in Hobart. Wow. Coastal areas slightly warmer, but not by much from the looks of things. 13 about the highest temperature we see up there, or down there. Up there, down there. 12 degrees there in Melbourne. Canberra coming in at about 10 or 11. And looks like things are melting again there in the Australian snowbound areas, which is kind of funny, you know. You don't ever think that there's a lot of snow in Australia, but they do get some. 12 in Adelaide, and Sydney coming in at about 16. Brisbane going up to about 18 degrees, and then if we zoom back out, let's see what the hottest temperature was. Up in the very northern tip here, we see 31 degrees in a couple of spots, and that is about it, but it's only a small area in comparison to what we normally see. Perth coming in at about 11 degrees, and that's it for Australia. Moving off and looking at some of the other places, we see a lot of that cold air being pushed up, so the Kermadec Islands and places like that, likely a little on the cold side. Once we get out, that includes Tonga for the most part, The ones that are further north, of course, are going to be warmer. Obviously, you can see out here we are seeing 27, 28 degrees, whereas only about 22, 23 in this area. Fiji coming in at about 25, 26 right now, a little cool for them. Mind you, it is winter, so 21 to about 23 there in New Caledonia, and it looks like about 23 to 26 in Vanuatu. Papua New Guinea looks pretty normal with up to 31 degrees. That's all right there. And eastern Indonesia, same thing, fairly warm. Looks like Java is doing some good heat as well. And then the same thing with Sumatra, 27 there in Singapore. And looking at, looks like about 30 degrees. Thank you, Sue. Dead on the money there. In Bangkok, 30 degrees, 31, 32, and there in Manila, and looks like the Philippines got that heat back. We are seeing some very high temperatures in China as well, with up to about 34 degrees. Hong Kong coming in about 29, Shanghai 29. Let's see what we've got here in Kagoshima, 25 degrees. Going up to Tokyo, 27 degrees in Tokyo. Seoul, Korea sitting at 29. Sapporo still sitting in the warm at 22, but it looks like it's cooled off up there. It's this low that's responsible for it. And let's see, did it warm up? No, it didn't warm, or it didn't cool off the Kamchatka Peninsula. We are seeing up to 28 degrees up there. They must have just massive, massive floods going on with all that snow melt, if there is any left by now. Wow. Let's take a look at other places and see. Yeah, we are seeing in Myanmar up to 29 degrees, 30 degrees, 31 in a couple spots. Delhi coming in at about 27, Jakarta coming in at 27, Mumbai is sitting at about 27. Maybe we should have a 27 in Sri Lanka. Oh, we do. Golly gee. Looks still pretty chilly there in Madagascar. And same with these countries in southern Africa, down to -2, -3. They'll have snow, -4, -5. Wow. The weather is changing on the planet. It's a winter time for them. South central areas, kind of a mixed bag, but then you get into these other regions here. That's more like a rainforesty area or jungle. And let's see what we can see here. We see up to 39, 40 degrees right there. And just trying to find those hot spots to get a reading on it. But I think Mexico still, or sorry, Death Valley still wins at its a very, very hot temperature. So Death Valley still the winner. We're seeing there Riyadh 31, Saudi Arabia's bottom southeast corner up to 39 degrees. We are seeing anywhere from about 29 to 33 in UAE, Oman up to about 34 degrees in some spots. Slightly cooler in Yemen, but not by much. Cairo is sitting at 23 degrees. And of course, looking at the rest of it, not bad in most places there in Algeria, Tunisia, and of course mixed, kind of a mixed bag of weather here in Libya and Egypt. And same thing goes with the area along Beirut and what's the other countries there? Well, they're all getting nailed with different weather, but Israel and Jordan, etc. There we go. I had to think about those for a second. Malatya coming in at about 17. Adana sitting at about 24. Piggy's house, let's see, she's got about 23 degrees, 24 degrees there for a Piggy. And Syria, yeah, Syria's got, yeah, kind of a mix, because they got some very warm stuff on the eastern side and very cold on the western side. And I'm kind of looking at that going, 16, 17 degrees up to the other end of the country is 30 degrees, and that's a pretty big split. Anyway, yep, Piggies is about 23, 24. That's right on the money. Athens is sitting at 21. And you got to remember, these are nighttime temperatures. Redanzo coming in about 19 degrees, right on the money again. And Catania a little bit warmer at 23. These are summertime temperatures. Awesome. Naples are coming in at 21. Rome sitting at the 20, and looks like they've got some kind of a storm coming across here. Probably a Sardinia getting wind blown. And the Milano sitting at about 18, a little bit less in temperature, but hey, it's nighttime. Madrid are coming in at about 19. Lisbon is sitting at 18, 19, and Aurelio's house about 14. Tanto, you've got a temperature of about 19 degrees, and there is Paris sitting at about 17, and going up here, Munich is 16, Frankfurt 13, Cologne is 17, about 17 at Yvonne's house, and then the 16 at Brussels, and Luxembourg anywhere 12 to about 14. Amsterdam are coming in at 16, 15, 16 throughout Holland, I guess, and looking at 15 in Berlin, 16 in Hamburg, going up here, seeing Copenhagen coming in at 15, Aarhus sitting at about 14. A little further north, we see 12 in Oslo, Stockholm sitting at 14, St. Petersburg 17, and Moscow sitting at 14. Let's have a look at England. London is about 17 right now. That's not bad. Slightly cooler there in Wales, and not so bad. Leeds 16 at Glasgow. A little bit cooler. That's 13 in Aberdeen. Looks like down to about 10 degrees there in the Highlands. But the coastal area is still coming in at about 14 degrees on average. Looks like Dublin is sitting at about 13, and we'll see what the weather is for our wonderful Irish month. Looks like about 14 degrees, and that should come up. Why is that not coming up? There it is. It came. Yep. No, it was just slow and coming there. Ennis is sitting at 14 degrees Celsius, so that's pretty good. And let's go take a look at what we've got in this next place called Reykjavik, and that is 9 degrees Celsius there in Reykjavik. And according to this, 8 on that one, Sue. That's okay. I'll accept that. Anyway, I ran right through a break time. I do need to take a break. So what we will do is after the break, we'll come back and we'll do a precipitation, and we'll get an idea of what it looks like. Lots of stuff everywhere. And where's our cyclone? Adrian! There's Adrian! Okay, let me go take a break, you guys. I'm going to put you back on the canned lava. Enjoy that for right now, and we'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. For those who haven't hit that like button, give it a quick bop, okay? Also, if you haven't subscribed and you're liking the channel, please do hit that subscribe button. Help us out. On those friendly notes, I'm your host, DrFox2000. See you shortly. Thanks. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. We're going to get back to the weather, and well, I'll stop that can lava. Thank you for the welcome backs there, C&D Boy and Kananaskis Country and JB and Sue. And I'm waiting for I Hear You, DrFox2000. There it is. And I hear you, DrFox2000. It's okay. Thanks there, everyone, and Sharon. There's our weather map. Precipitation time. James and Donnelly says, I hear you, DrFox2000. And awesome. So let's take a quick look. We do see a low out here just off of, I guess we call it the peninsula into the Aleutian Islands. Some rain all over places there in Alaska. We do see some rain in the Northwest Territories, and not in the hot spot up there, though we see it a little further down. So that is Mackenzie River Valley getting a lot of it, and then we see this going all the way to Hudson's Bay through Nunavut. because we want none of it. Looking at the rainforest areas, of course the Alaskan Panhandle and the Queen Charlotte Islands there in British Columbia. Queen Charlotte's, of course, being Canada's only true rainforest, where things they get like over 100 inches a year. Anyway, some isolated spots of rain up north. It looks like pretty much the south is a lot better. A couple of little spots, nothing serious. We do see this mess off of to the west of Edmonton. I don't know which way it's going. Looking at the areas, they're pointed every which way. So it's hard to say where that is going to take off to. We got flows from the south, flows from the north, flows from the east, flows from the west. What's it gonna do? We'll see. Right now it's clear sky, or wow, light haze up top there, but not bad. We do see some stuff in Saskatchewan as well, including southern areas, but nothing really too crazy. Looks like we've got a bunch of rain happening in isolated spots in northern Ontario as well. And this storm, I'm hoping that this grows a little bit and goes and gets those fires put out there in Quebec. And looking at, looks like Labrador's got some rain, Newfoundland definitely. Some rain, little storms are there in New Brunswick. I don't think Sue's getting any storms. She may get some fog in the morning though, or in a little while we're working on the east side here. Let's go down the coast. We do see some rain showers in various places here. It looks like Baltimore is getting a little bit of it, and kind of in between different states here. Yeah, a little bit into Pennsylvania, and it looks like Virginia. Those areas are getting some. Going a little further west, we see Tennessee has got a bunch there, and it looks like what's this one? Kentucky area, and of course working your way all the way over to Kansas, and we see they've got a bunch of storms in there. Looks like a little bit happening there in hang on, that is Mississippi. Yeah, this is Louisiana, that's Mississippi. So they've got some northern Texas going into Oklahoma as well, and then yeah, you can see another system there in Kansas, as well as going into Colorado. There's some stuff there. Nebraska's got a little bit going all the way up, and we see North and South Dakota a little bit, and looks like right along the border region from Saskatchewan and Montana they've got a little bit. The western side looks pretty clear, so not bad weather for them. We see here it gets a little rougher once we get into Central America. Jed said, what? That wind looks like it should clear the smoke out of New England at least. Yeah, I would think so. I don't think it's going to linger too long. Speaking of winds, there of course we can see Adrian, and it definitely has an effect. We see Mexico is in its rainy season, if you want to call it that. Same with most of Central America, and we see all kinds of different lows in here. It looks like there's one here and one in here, and this looks like actually a reverse flow. That's a high. So interesting to see that. And then of course Cuba and Haiti and all the way into Puerto Rico, all not good. This is the other storm, I believe, out here that's trying to form. Not good. Central America, wow, South, getting into Southern America, we do see the South America. Yeah, Southern, South. South works better. Anyway, not fully covered, but a bunch of different locations there where you see in Venezuela and French Guiana, etc. Those places, as well as more sporadic stuff in Colombia and Peru, as well as Ecuador. Looks like the rest of Brazil are pretty dry, going through Paraguay and those other countries. All look pretty dry. Nothing until you get down here on the Chilean coast, the fjords, and we do see that. And not good for New Zealand. And of course, we see more of that cold weather coming up there. This low kind of being a vacuum cleaner. Actually, both lows here, they're drawing all that cold air up, and that is not good for them. They need highs to keep them warm. Here's another low right there. That is really not helping them out for New Zealand. So lots of rain, South Island, North Island getting some as well. This will likely move right across them in the day or two as well. Looking at Tasmania, western side, the southwestern side, getting a bunch of rain. And looking at the bottom end of Australia, we got some rain happening around Melbourne. Likely some snow happening in some places there between Melbourne and Canberra, where it gets a little colder. Some isolated showers there, and then we see this system up top here, and that's definitely giving them some muchly needed moisture up there. Looks like not too bad out for those guys along the Kermadec Ridge, going out here in Tonga and those places. American Samoa's likely some intermittent showers. Fiji, same thing. And the same thing for Vanuatu. Looks like New Caledonia doing a little bit better. Papua New Guinea, yep, they definitely have the water coming down, especially in the islands really heavily, and the bigger island here, of course, getting some storms as well. And then the same thing goes for pretty much anywhere where we look in Indonesia. And we see rain showers on Java. We see rain showers on Bali, and it just keeps going. All of them. Sumatra is I got a bunch of showers, and it's raining in Singapore. Go figure. Yeah, it rains in Singapore all the time. Bangkok getting some rain as well. So pretty much all of those countries there getting it, and Manila definitely getting more. And here's why our visibility is so poor. And look at this storm going over top of Japan. We're seeing lots of rain in Kagoshima, and it's even gotten, well, it's raining in Tokyo as well, but all of that area up to here, that is pretty awesome. A little bit of rain just south of Sapporo. At least they'll have some water to make their beer. And then, oh, by the way, yeah, they've got some good beer there, or so they say. Fortunately, I can't have any, but Kuril Islands getting some rain, and a little bit of rain in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see this up here in northern China. China's got a bunch of rain as well, and of course intermittent stuff here in Bay of Bengal, not doing so good. Northern portions of India getting really wet. A little bit of water in what is that Sri Lanka place called? It's Sri Lanka. Slight stuff off the coast of Madagascar. Looks like the southern portion of Africa is dry. Central regions where we've got some of the jungle stuff, not raining that bad though. And then of course the desert, definitely Sahara Desert, and nothing happening. No rain today in Turkey, and no rain for Piggy's house. And looking at Sicily, they look dry, but we are seeing some storms off the western coast of Italy, as well as the eastern coast of Italy. and they are getting it all over the place there. So yeah, Naples and Rome looks like they're out of it, but the other ones are getting it. We'll see what happens. Milano is also, well, maybe a little bit of rain there. So those areas are quite affected by that, and then I don't see anything there in Portugal or Spain, and we do see this going across France, and that is also going up along here, getting Holland and into Denmark and portions of Germany. We see there's some bad weather in the Alps. Munich is likely getting wet as well. And looking at some of the other countries here, Austria, and even going all the way up into Poland, Lithuania, and those places, they are getting some of that. And yeah, not so bad there in England. Few spots. Wales has got a little bit of water, but raining up in Scotland. And then Ireland has got a few little isolated rain areas, and we'll leave them be. It's not torrential downpours, at least. Like I said, Denmark getting nailed for the most part, and then we see that stream going all the way across, and that is kind of interesting there. You can see that all the way down from Italy all the way up through hitting Finland and Sweden and Norway. And looking at what we've got in Iceland, let's see what we got there. We have ice rain. Of course, it's Iceland. You get ice rain in Iceland. Iceland. That's the way we say it in German, Iceland. But anyway, lots of rain up in the northern portions, higher elevations, some snow and some ice rain, and possibly even down here at Katla, we may have some fresh snow happening for them. Looks like maybe a few showers out in the western portions as well. Northwest or northern areas getting nailed with quite a bit of rain. And then looking at this Greenland Sea area, lots of ice rain along the Greenland coast. Hope nobody wants to go have a tour boat going there. That'll be pretty rough. Okay, so that's basically our weather. Let's go find, we did have our hotspot in Death Valley, and we want to find our cold spot now, and that should be easy, huh? That should be down here in Antarctica. I already see a minus 77 there. That is pretty chilly, minus 77, but let's not give up. We could find better than that. Minus 60s, minus 70, 71, 77, 78, 79. Well, we'll keep looking. Oh, minus 82 right there. Minus 84, 85. And we're getting up there, or down there. Minus 85, that is horrible. 79. Oh, I see minus 86. Let's zoom in right there. Minus 80, oh, minus 87. Wow. That is getting colder. And minus 81. I'm looking for the really cold stuff here. Minus 83. And there's 86, 87. And minus 87 going across that way. I am not seeing anything colder than a minus 87 yet. And we'll just check a little bit more here. There's a minus 84. There's the 85 in here. Yeah, minus 80s. I don't see anything colder than minus 87. No minus 88. So I'm being gypped. Oh, hang on. There's a minus 88. That is getting there. Minus 88. Okay. Well, I'm going to call it at a minus 88. And that will be it for today. Minus, oh, Sue found minus 30 or 91. Wow, a minus 91. It's a 3rd degree beating. Oh no, I'm getting a 3rd degree beating. Wow, that is pretty chilly. Mind you, minus 88 is pretty darn cold too. Can I see anything colder when I'm zoomed out? No. Must be at a certain level or something. No, I'm gonna give it up. I'll stick with that minus 88 and take my lumps. And that is awesome there, Sue, for finding that very cold temperature. And very, very cold. It's so cold of you. Oh, and that's very warm of you to go feed the animals in cold places. Anyway, that is all good, you guys. So thanks everyone for being here. It is time to wrap things up, and we will do that in a second. And let me just I'm trying to get something back up on the screen here. Okay, got it working. Sort of. SO2 there. All right, fix my SO2 map. I accidentally deleted it. And yeah, minus 91, definitely a very, very cold temperature. So anyway, a big thank you to every one of you who is here, been here, and doing their thing. I appreciate all of you. I want to say a big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live. These at Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields at Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Also a big thank you to our only gift giver for today, which was Piggy, and our only super chat giver for today, and that was Piggy twice. So thank you very kindly, Piggy, for your wonderful support and all the help and all the bacon seeds and everything else that you always throw in there for us. You are an awesome person and wonderful to have on board, and we're extremely lucky. If you happen to listen to this, you'll hear that. On that friendly note, it is a time for me to wrap it up. Also want to say a big thank you to Sue. And Sue, of course, provides those wonderful volcano reports every day, and the extra little tidbits there. So thank you, Sue. We appreciate you a lot as well. And that is all cool. And on those notes, it's time for me to wrap it up. So be good and be kind, everyone. Take care of yourselves. For all our Canadians out there, happy Canada Day, eh? And we'll see what tomorrow brings. If it's not too rainy, I do want to go and take my drone over to the river valley and fly it and record the fireworks. I'll see if I can do that. No guarantees, but you know, worst case scenario was I get to watch them and not record them, but at least I get to do it. And that's about it. So remember, tomorrow is a Saturday, so when the C&D Boy types in VolcanoX, you'll know what's going on. I'll look back at our Catla notes earlier. Dr. Fox, good night. Okay, no worries there, Jed. And just, yeah, to kind of recap that bit about Catla, the one thing that we do have to take a look at is the amount of surface quakes we have, of course, and then some of the ones that are slightly lower than the surface, the ones sitting around the 1 kilometer mark. And the ice thickness there, of course, varies. So anything that's about 3/4 of a kilometer down, I'd start getting suspicious and taking a look at that. And most of what we've seen was ice movement on the surface, but we do have a few quakes under there that are of, you know, that lower depth. So definitely something to take a look at and keep an eye on. We'll see what happens. And, you know, we got to remember that it's sitting on kind of a corner, and the pressure will come out of both sides, head towards Katla, and just a little bit of shaking can get that ice moving, especially if it's warmer there in Iceland. Anyway, we'll leave everything be, and we'll leave that for tomorrow. So thank you everyone for being here, and thank you Sue for that compliment, and good night to you, and good night to everyone. And yeah, no worries, Jed. All good. Take care, you guys. Be good, be kind, and please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a great night, and oink oink!